Hey, how are you?
And so I want to make an example. I've already sent it to Jim Durr.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dustin Hill is chair of the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. It is a few minutes past 1, so we're going to get started. I have been joined by my colleagues, Councilmember Norwood to my immediate left, followed by Councilmember Boone, Councilmember Lewis, and Councilmember Waits. And we do constitute a quorum. I'll make a motion to adopt the agendas. Or a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Norwood. Please prepare the vote.
Waits is aye.
Lewis is out.
Mr. Chairman, apparently there's some individuals who have not signed the sign-in sheet. Is there a provision for them?
The lady said she didn't have the opportunity to sign the sheet. She joined in. She came
Sign
inside.
off. Cuts off at 1.
Yeah, I understand that. The lady said that she was sitting outside and she didn't have the opportunity.
Sign up for public comment cuts off at 1 p.m.
But they were not.
just like it does for every other committee meeting and the full council meeting.
Can we make a provision for it?
How many were not able to sign up?
3? 5.
Okay, well, those 5 can put their names on the sheet, but just so you're aware, cutoff cuts off at 1 p.m. or when any committee starts, their start time or the full council start time, which is also 1 p.m.
Do you need a pen? Does someone need a pen to sign up on the paper? Y'all got a pen?
That's been the rule for quite some time.
Let's get rolling. Okay.
Did you announce the vote? The vote finished?
Wait, says I.
Lewis is aye.
The vote's closed.
5 yeas, 0 nays. The agenda is adopted. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the prior meetings. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Norwood. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. Wait, says I.
Lewis is aye.
The vote's closed.
Five yeas, 0 nays. Minutes are approved. Moving on to public comment. First up is Henri Jordan.
Giving honor to the Spirit of God to everyone that's here. Trust not in oppression, and become not vain in robbery. If riches increase, set not your heart upon them. Psalm 62, chapter 10th verse. However, from his confident position, he is able to exhort others to trust in the Lord. Oppression is malicious or unjust treatment of, exercise of power over a group of individuals, often in the form of governmental authority. James Griff seeks to destroy democracy for us. For God commanded, saying, honor thy father and mother. He that curses father and mother, let him die to death. Matthew 15, chapter 4th verse. The promise is twofold: honoring and obeying parents ensures a long and prosperous life upon earth. If you don't honor your parents, you're shorting your life. James teach my children to dishonor me. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness. For by strength shall no man prevail. 1 Samuel 2nd chapter 9th verse. The creator and sustainer of the earth is also the sovereign controller of earth's history and mankind's destiny. This is the main reason you should seek to obey Jesus. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that heareth my word and believeth on him that sent me hath everlasting life, and shall not come into condemnation, but is passed from death unto life. St. John 5th chapter 24th verse. Love is both an attribute of God and a description of his being. The word of Christ created the income, not me. I refuse to take God's glory. Jesus created the income to purchase properties that he will make us safe from the plot of the enemy. I let you remind you of what Christ wanted to do in me. And in your plan is not better than God's plan. Your plan won't save you like Christ's plan will save you. And James Griff don't mean nothing to me. He didn't put the income Christ created in me in my hands. He said, give her the fruit of her hands and let her own works praise her in the gates. This is the word of God. He don't want to be a Christ-like husband and trying to be my husband. He is not my husband. God said he's not my husband because he didn't meet God's requirements. It's God's word created income. He's looking at me. You're looking at me, but Christ's word did it. If you don't want God's word, you don't want the income. The income is supposed to be in your hand when you don't want the word of God.
Felix Chaplet.
Hello. I don't like the idea of speaking to political authorities because the concept of taking time out of my day to come here and plead with my city council members to be respectful of my rights feels like an insult to my dignity. I never voted for you, I never accepted you as an authority, and I don't think anyone should. I'm just here to remind you of how absolutely audacious and arrogant you must be to think you have the right to make decisions about what the people of Atlanta are allowed to wear on their heads. Not to mention the absurdity of creating and maintaining a system that commodifies every source of subsistence and comfort, privatizes every resource, violently discourages the use of what remains of the commons and of public property through the use of authoritarian intimidation and punishment, and then saying the solution to crime and robbery under these circumstances is to make sure everyone is identifiable. The fact that any one of you took this proposal seriously for even a second is pathetic and reveals, as history so often does, that the state has but one purpose and one intent, that is to protect the wealth of a minority from the poverty of the masses, and to repress any resistance to this order through the manufacturing of trauma and the obedient, fear-driven individualism that follows. I'd like to finish off with a quote from the late John Fire Lame Deer. Before our white brothers arrived to make us civilized men, we didn't have any kind of prison. Because of this, we didn't have any delinquents. Without a prison, there can be no delinquents. We had no locks nor keys, therefore amongst us there were no thieves. When someone was so poor that he couldn't afford a horse or a tent or a blanket, he would in that case receive it as a gift. We were too uncivilized to give great importance to private property. I ask you, City Council members, to reflect upon the history of our country and of the world, and ask yourselves, where did we go wrong? How can we fix it? And is banning face coverings a sensible solution to our dilemma? Please withdraw your consideration from ELMS 34324. Thank you.
Before I recognize Councilmember Lewis, I want to recognize we've also been joined by Councilmember Bond and our Vice Chair, Councilmember Amos. Councilmember Lewis.
And I just want to make sure we said up front that the legislation on ski masks will be filed today. It will be filed today, will not be moving forward today. Just want to make sure we let folks know that the legislation that was strictly for ski masks only in public locations. Public locations. So if you have your ski mask on at the gas pump, keep it on. You walk into that recreation center, take it off. That's we're gonna still stand on that. I'm gonna still stand on the business of that. But that legislation will be filed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis. We'll move to Ralph Long III.
Good afternoon, council members. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak today. I don't come in here every day to raise an issue, but I don't know how things have gotten backwards or what kind of backwards thinking process. I'm here in regards to the ski mask ordinance that my council member or Councilmember Antonio Lewis is proposing. I think it's a good piece of legislation, or I'm on a former state member, so I might say bills or legislation. I can't imagine what a business owner feels like when they have 50 people rush in and steal all their property. I can't imagine what the victim feels like when somebody has a mask on that stabs them, kills them. And we have some radical views of people who come up onto this podium right here. And for me to leave my address and to come over here means that I'm pretty upset. I don't do it every day, nor do I talk to Councilmember Antonio Lewis. I called him today. I don't talk to him on the phone. I know many council people, and I talk to the phone on the phone regularly. I'm tired of seeing this council bullied on good bills, good legislation, good ordinances. And I think it's absolutely absurd that there's objection to this bill. I want to walk around in public and feel safe. I want to walk on the Beltline and feel safe. That's how I want to feel. I want to own a business and not have somebody wearing a mask come in and take all of my contents of my business that I work hard for. And I know things aren't perfect. This bill is not a solution to stop all crime. That's absurd. But I know that America is not perfect. But I am proud and thankful that we don't have any bombs dropping on our heads right now like people in Ukraine or Palestinians or anyone else. And we've just gotten too privileged in this country. There's too much privilege. There's a whole lot of privilege. People are feeling too safe. Important. I would say that some agitation perhaps maybe, some fear maybe will keep the frivolous opponents of good, honest, well thought of ordinances from being objected upon. And so I rise today, leaving my home as a citizen, as a father, as a former legislator of the area that my council member represents, as a member of this city, a prominent member of this city, in support of this ordinance. I don't know what the formal name of it, IMS 3424. And I want to thank the council member for bringing forth thoughtful legislation or thoughtful ordinances. And I ask that each and every council member supports this bill. Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
And you said my name, so I want to make sure I say this to you. This morning was our first time ever talking on the phone. And when you called me in support of it, I still stand the same way. I appreciate you for reaching out to me directly. As you know, I didn't even know your number when you called. I still answered, and we still talked for about 30 minutes. And at first, the first 15 minutes, I didn't even know who I was talking to on the phone. But when we say that we stand for something different in this city, when we protect this city, I grew up here. Whenever we talk about Atlanta, I'm a Cleveland Avenue, Crawford Long Middle, South Atlanta High School, full out. I'm scared that folks gonna see my young folks, they gonna see my young folks in a ski mask, they gonna get scared. We live in a time where people got, they trigger happy right now. And I grew up when folks was, I grew up with the red dogs kicking in my door. At 3 a.m., whenever they come, they sit the kids outside too on the curb. Right? I know a lot of people don't know that when the red dogs kicked in our door at 3 a.m., they set us out on the curb. So I understand the relationship that we, I ain't gonna say black folk, that we got with police, right? I understand that, and I ain't trying to never do no stop and frisk with my nephews and my nieces in this city. That ain't what I'm ever moving on. But what I say is that this right here, we gonna keep working. We gonna fix this situation. I ain't no scared politician up here. I ain't scared of y'all. I appreciate you.
Next is DeJuan Robinson.
Afternoon, buddy. I'm here to also speak to this matter. Not only does it not help our police need to know who's committing crimes. There was an older white woman this year in Buckhead that was killed by a young, I think 25-year-old kid. Had he had on his ski mask, he would have gone free from killing this elderly woman who was in her home doing nothing, hoping to go to sleep at night. I've been going to court watching this thing with Ms. Norwood because that saddens me. White, black, it don't. Hey man, when it comes to public safety, everybody want to feel safe. These fine men and women of law enforcement do not want to be on the wrong side for shooting or killing someone with a ski mask on, assuming they're committing crime. So the best thing to do is to rid ourselves of that. Nobody wants to be out there. You shouldn't be out in the summertime with a ski mask on. For what? Not only should it not be banned in public place, gas stations also. Don't no woman at night want to pull up and see nobody at the pump in a ski mask. It's gonna strike fear in everyone. I'm born and raised in Bowen Home projects in the streets. I don't want to see that. I've never been fearful in Atlanta, but these last couple of years, something have turned, and we gotta get it back right. We got police out here that we may not be the best in the country, but we're not the worst, and we're far from the worst. Our police, last result, oftentimes, they don't want to pull their gun out. Our police want to try to talk it out and make it right. But when you got that ski mask on, it kind of make it hard. It kind of make it hard, Councilman Bond. Like, we can't just be out here just letting these young boys out here like we are ruining their lives if we allow them to continue to do that, because someone is going to be killed based on assumption. And when you commit the crimes, we have a right to know who committed that crime. And if we rid the ski mask away, we will know who committed that crime. Had the young man in Midtown who killed a lot of innocent people this past spring, had he had on a ski mask, we would not have known who he was. We need to know, Councilman Boone. So it's bigger than just that, and many people may come up here and go against it, but we often forget until it happened to you and your family, you will want to know who was under that ski mask. And we got to get past this. Everybody got a right to feel how they feel. Put yourself in the police shoes. Put yourself in the victim shoes. Too many of our young people are already losing their lives out here. And allowing them to wear a ski mask, we're further perpetuating that it's okay to do whatever you want to do in this city, and it's not okay. And I commend Councilman Lewis for even thinking of that. as he too is from the streets, and he too want to stand on the right side of community and police. So I thank you for that once again.
Elizabeth Dunn.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm here today to discuss EMS 34324. Councilman Lewis, you mentioned in your interview with WSB TV on Monday, December 4th, that you were, quote, tired of getting phone calls about people committing crimes while wearing ski masks. I'm not alone in a strong suspicion that your proposal has nothing to do with receiving calls about criminals committing crimes in disguise. Your proposal appears intended to censure and discourage citizens from participating in their First Amendment right to free speech. As a politically engaged citizen of Atlanta, I participated in several displays of public and political discourse, all of which have remained peaceful on the side of demonstrators. On October 24th, I attended a group of over 250 Atlantans in Woodruff Park to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. I do concede that many of us cover our faces with surgical masks, bandanas, ski masks as well. I myself wore a ski mask that night. I locked arms with peace marshals and fellow citizens to protect the majority of the gathering from counter-protesters attempting to disrupt our demonstrations. Many of those counter-protesters shoved their phones in our faces, shouting into their recordings and live streams to identify us. In the age of social media, doxing is a legitimate concern that incites illegal activities such as harassment, stalking, and even violence. The police department stood quietly behind these counter-protesters while we endured intimidation and violent threats of being harassed outside of the demonstration. Had my face been completely exposed, there's a very real possibility that my livelihood as a small business owner could have been jeopardized, despite my legally protected right to assemble and petition my government. Under your proposal, that night I would have been illegally concealing my identity that night. While I understand a Georgia code against masking one's face on public and private property has existed for decades, your proposal expands that code to include any street, sidewalk, city-owned park, or other right-of-way within the city of Atlanta. This would mean concealing my face as I walked from Woodruff Park to my residence would also be in violation of your proposal. The walk to my home was without question the most dangerous part of that night, and it was imperative my identity be concealed from those who disagreed with me until I safely reached my destination. The more worrisome implication of your proposal is that police could now claim to have a probable cause to stop and question mass demonstrators simply for exercising their rights as United States citizens. On November 13th, I witnessed APD deploy rubber bullets and tear gas at a completely unarmed crowd demonstrating at the construction site of Atlanta Public Safety Training Center. 42 of those unarmed kettle demonstrators were arrested and charged with domestic terrorism. Under your proposal, that number could easily become much higher as APD would have a green light to fraudulently claim demonstrators of suspicious activity based on covering their face. The possibility of making it easier to punish demonstrators is frankly terrifying. In the city of Atlanta, it is estimated that there are 24,800 CCTV cameras. Atlanta is considered to be the most surveilled city in the country and the 7th most surveilled city in the world. Councilman Lewis, I'm unsure how, with so many cameras, it is not possible for APD to conduct their investigations of criminal activities regardless if a suspect's face is covered. Surely, with such surveillance, a license plate, the direction of escape, the identification of stolen property and eyewitnesses can be achieved. In March of this year, Police Chief Stuart Van Hauser with the Cobb County Homicide Unit claimed his department solved 100% of their reported homicides and credited license plate recognition as the strongest tool that they have. If there's any data whatsoever to substantiate. Thanks.
Councilmember Lewis.
And I understand I understand you fully when you say that. Once again, that was not on my mind at all, and that was an exemption for protesters in there. And we were going to change it again today. If you look at I'll explain that. If you look at the council meeting, when I was reading that legislation, we actually changed it because the last page wasn't correct. We were trying to get it in so that we can fix it today. We're working with different folks. And once again, I'm still standing on ski masks in public locations. I grew up in this city, right? And I was in the barbershop this morning and somebody said, man, the only time people wore ski masks growing up, I didn't know people wore ski masks to ski. I thought it was just for robbing. And so, like, that's a real thing. We talked about it in the barbershop. We didn't know people ski with ski masks. We had head scarves, we had scars, but when we saw you with a ski mask, we thought you was automatically robbing. And so that's a real thing. I understand exactly what you're saying. We're filing that legislation today. There was going to be an exemption in there for protesters. We're working with it. This morning and last night because I answered my phone when folks called me. I talked to the ACLU with Chris Bruce himself. And so he'll be working with me on legislation. My office, Madison, will be reaching out to him because ski masks in the public locations, I'll explain it like this. because WSB Channel 2 actually got it wrong. Channel 11 got it. Wherever Morris Diggs used to be actually got it right. Fox 5 got it right. Channel 2 got it wrong. And so you can keep what this legislation will be in what I'm imagining, what I'm visioning right now. You can keep your ski mask on walking from Cleveland Avenue Barbershop to the library. You walk into that library, roll your ski mask up. You go to that basketball game, like at King Middle School, they had a basketball game last week in which 3 individuals was in the King Middle School basketball game, the girls game, the entire game with ski mask on. I'm in the community full out, so some folks that the government may call worse things, I grew up with them, right? And so I grew up with some of the best people in the world, and what they told me was they have a beef with some folks on the other side of town. And so the whole time they were trying to see who those other folks were in that ski mask while they were in this little girls' basketball game. And that's a real thing to me. And so once again, I appreciate you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Riley Lofgren.
Good afternoon. This is my first time here. I'm a resident of District 3 in Home Park. I'm here to speak on the ski mask bill. In the text of the bill, it discussed how in the past several years since the pandemic, there's been a proliferation of various forms of face coverings. And forgive me if I saw like an outdated version of the ordinance. But from the text that I read, I was very concerned of the variety of different forms of facial coverings that would be banned and in the context that they would be banned, including especially public rights of way. Personally, since the pandemic and the proliferation of especially wearing masks for medical purposes, and I understand the text that I saw included an exemption for the wearing of medical face masks. Many people during the pandemic found virtue in wearing a variety of different kinds of facial coverings, so including non-medical face masks. And speaking as a trans person, as a person with anxiety, I know many other trans people have found that a great deal of comfort from certain kinds of facial concealment. So I'm currently wearing a non-medical face mask, which I understand provides relatively little public safety or public health value, but for many people helps with gender dysphoria or helps with anxiety. Similar to the ordinance mentioned hoods, which I thought was a relatively, because that's an extremely common government. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, that was from the 50s ordinance or bill from the thing, but the ordinance that I saw mentioned hoods in the context of various governments. I wore a jacket on the way here that includes a hood, and I put it over my head on occasion because my ears were cold. And also, I know that hoods and hoodies are also frequently worn by trans people. It's a dysphoria hoodie is a common phrase. And I pretty much full-time wear non-medical face masks in most like public thoroughfares when I go to get groceries, and most of the time in public spaces. I understand that I'm still fearful or nervous that some of these garments, especially hoods, which some of the language I worried might be interpretable as certain forms of hijab, might constitute a misdemeanor charge, even for people that there's no affiliation with any committance of crime.
Your time's expired. Next is Ken Roebling.
Good afternoon, council members. Good news. I looked at Fire Station 22, and they're actually working on it, but there's no roof yet. With winter coming, they just thought that they would try and get a roof on it. Bad news. Fulton County has increased the cost of their jail from $1.5 billion to $2 billion. That was only 2 weeks ago that they told us it was $1.5 billion. That's an increase of $500 million in 2 weeks. A little bit of history. Atlanta built their 1,000-bed jail 15 years ago for $100 million. It was the state-of-the-art jail at the time. Fulton County laughed at Atlanta over that. They were probably a little happy to see that Atlanta was building such a large jail for such a small population. Most of Atlanta's inmates go to Fulton County. It appears, when I mentioned it last year to sell the Atlanta jail to Fulton County, that they rejected that idea. Instead, they're going to go with $2 billion of taxpayer dollars. Now, I know it's not your concern what Fulton County does, but it's Atlanta's taxpayers that are going to be paying for that jail. So I would advise you to look into it a little bit. Don't harass them or bug them about it, but maybe check the contractor to see if it's the same contractor that built the Atlanta jail. I haven't heard any complaints about people in the Atlanta jail. I've never been there, so I don't know. And you might want to find out what happened to the $500 million price increase. Why did that happen? Your constituents are paying the taxes. Just something to look at. Thank you.
Keith Hardrick.
Greetings, Council. I come to speak with you guys about my experience in homeless services in the city of Atlanta. I noticed that we brought attention to our airport. Being that I'm a native, just like you, born and raised here, I never experienced it until one day I got a phone call from Indeed, from Hope Atlanta. They reached out to me and asked me if I would come out to the airport to do social services. And I thought that was mind-boggling. Like, social service at the airport? The world busiest airport? And so I took a journey out there that night. And that night at 9:00 p.m., as the time expired all the way to 12, I started noticing that the crowd started shifting a little. There was no travelers in the airport. It was primarily homelessness. And it was at large numbers. That it was to a point that it was so comfortable. They would come in with grocery carts. They would come in with all kind of wagons, butt naked, come in the bathroom and just use it and take a full bath in the restroom. Take over the food court and go in the trash and harass the employees of the airport. Now, I say all of this, and I continue my journey with homeless services, and I stayed as long as I could. I realized that election time, we'll see officials come down and give us all these solutions on what they would do, but no one never kept their promise to fixing this. And I started doing homework on Partners for Home and all these other entities, and I see millions of dollars flowing down from HUD to these agencies, but I'm not seeing people housed. And it's getting worse at the airport. I've been gone now for 2 years, and now I'm at a private school for children that experience homelessness. So I'm coming back in it before it gets to that point, because I felt like I was burned out. And as a school social worker at this school, we decided to take a field trip down to our housing help center. At that housing help center, I walked in and I thought from the advertisement of it from you guys that this facility was gonna be up and running, but it's not. I came in, there was a flyer on the door with a barcode, and it was telling us that we need to call someone. Now just imagine, you go down there with your last bus fare. You don't know how to use a phone. Some of my clients can't read. And you have a sign here, and that's my only hope. I need for us to do better. I need for us to investigate that housing help center. And it wasn't until my story ran on the news that I started getting phone calls from the mayor constituent's office and all these other individuals that want to address this issue. But we need navigators in place. We need people in place. We shouldn't be doing 20 housing assessments at Partners for at Gateway. We need more facilities to operate and to be able to house these people. Because 20 people a day at Gateway, that's it. That's all they're seeing. But people are like at night at the airport, I would see about 200 to 300 come in a night, and we would give out all these referrals. But we'll see those people the next night,
Time's
the next
expired.
night, and the next night. So I wanted just to bring attention to you guys so that y'all can look at this and hopefully address this issue.
Steve Leibovitz.
Chairman Hillis and members of the committee. I'm Steve Leibovitz from Denton's. It is clear that you are dealing with many very important issues. Today I am here simply to ask that a paper 23-01484, which is being held, move forward from this commission so it can be voted on at the council. This is an ordinance asking for a distance waiver for a package store. This is on Piedmont Road. It is a mess where it is right now. This will really make it much better. We have sent emails to all of the members on the committee. I think we have talked about the reasons for wanting to have this, not to mention the fact that 50 other ordinances like this have been granted in various places across the city. So we would ask that you move this out. This will be a good move for the community, and it will brighten up an area that needs it. The only other thing I will say is I want to wish all of you a very happy holiday season, a meaningful one, and a healthy new year. I appreciate all that you do, and just also want to say to the officers of our police department here and those who work for our police department, thank you, thank you, thank you from a citizen for all you do for our city. With that, please, if you could move that forward, I'd be greatly appreciative. Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Andrew Zhao.
Hi, I am also a citizen of Atlanta, and as you can see, people are still concerned about COVID, and I know that, this is about the ski masks, and I know that you have parts of it that address the medical concerns and wearing it for medical purposes, but not everyone has access to surgical masks, and so it strips people their ability to wear cloth protection, even if it's limited protection. And, you know, people also create masks that incorporate different filters in them. Face coverings also protect us from the weather, be it the UV or the cold. And so, especially for unhoused populations, but also for us in general, I think that this ordinance unfairly prohibits people from, you know, protecting themselves from the environments. And then also to address the implications on social movements and public protests, Elizabeth put it a lot more eloquently than me, and you did say that you were going to address it, or that you had addressed it. But I will say that bringing back your example of going back into public spaces like libraries or public transport, I often take public transport between different actions, and if I'm required to remove face masks, all the issues around profiling, doxing, the sort of targeting are still, I'm unable to address. And how do you differentiate if somebody's coming from a protest or if they're just on the public transport and doing dangerous things, supposedly? And finally, after this bill is passed, what stops people from wearing surgical masks or religious wear to perpetuate crimes instead of ski masks? If police can interpret this legislation flexibly to address this concern of like getting around through the exceptions, then all of the issues of racial profiling that you acknowledge still exist. So, thank you.
And I appreciate you speaking to that.
Councilmember Lewis, you were not called out specifically by name. That's when you get to respond. Christina Shivers.
Good afternoon. I'm concerned about the proposed ordinance ELMS 34324, introduced to ban face coverings, including hoods, ski masks, and other forms of face coverings that, quote, conceal the identity of the wearer, end quote. This is highly restrictive and will be used to criminalize and harass people throughout the city, and in particular be used to criminalize already overly policed working class communities, the unhoused citizens of the city, and communities of color, as well as holding the potential to restrict citizens exercising their First Amendment rights at protests. The city should not be in the business of controlling what a person can wear on public property, and the city council should instead be spending their time investing in communities amidst rapidly increasing cost of living in this city, and not criminalizing members of our city. I urge you to withdraw this ordinance immediately. Thank you very much.
Michael Hopkins. Devin Barrington Ward.
Good afternoon. When I heard this legislation was being considered, I thought and I said, it seems like that this government is constantly being chased by wisdom, yet you all seem to be committed to moving faster. I'm perplexed because I want to see serious legislation be considered in this body. I want to see legislation that gets to the heart of the issues that the residents in Atlanta, my neighbors, your constituents are talking about. I don't want to see cookie cutter solutions. I don't want to see Band-Aid solutions. I don't want to see quick fixes. I want to see systematic change that keeps Atlanta residents safe. A mass ordinance is not that. I am glad that we are moving past this. I hope that this is tabled and that we do not move this through the legislative process any further, because what we should be taking time here as the Public Safety Committee is actually considering legislation that we know will reduce crime. We've got the statistics, we've got the data. There are well-read people who are here that can provide assistance. This is not the path forward. This isn't gonna keep Atlanta safe. Let me tell you why. Because if somebody is committed to doing a crime, a mass ban is not going to stop them from doing that crime. It's real simple, y'all. If they're committed to doing a crime, a mass ordinance is not going to stop them from doing that crime. Now, what will stop young people from doing crime in our city is if this body got with APS and mandated that every student in the city of Atlanta go through conflict resolution and mediation and de-escalation training. That will reduce crime. When we invest in anti-poverty initiatives because we know inflation and the cost of living is putting people's backs up against the wall, that will reduce crime in this city. When we look at what happened in Buckhead, 3 people gunned down over a bad drug deal for weed. It's not the cannabis that caused the crime. It's the fact that we make it illegal to purchase and consume it in the state of Georgia. We want concrete solutions. We want systematic change. We do not want Band-Aid solutions. The most dangerous elected official are the ones that lack imagination because they are committed to old ways of thinking and broken solutions. But I am putting myself forward to be a partner with you all to think big or go home. Thank you.
Kristen Tolliver.
How y'all doing? So first, Councilman Lewis, I just want to say I'm a grassroots community organizer, been organizing since 2014, Mike Brown Jr. I worked for a organization that helped get you elected. And I lost some very strong canvassers from my team to help get you elected. And I have been pretty disappointed in some of your choices and decisions. So I'm just simply gonna say, I see this as a new way into stop and frisk. It's a new way to be stopped. I'm on the bus line, everything. It is cold as all get out. When I left this morning, it was 37 degrees. I had my hoodie on and I had my hood closed. So knowing that I could be walking and potentially get stopped when I am a teacher because I'm cold is highly disturbing. I think the city needs way more alternatives other than midnight basketball. I love midnight basketball because I'm also a basketball coach. But however, we need programs. I agree with the brother behind me. We need things going on in our schools that are going to keep our youth focused. I've been teaching for over 10 years. We need better opportunities for livable wages because $7, $15 is not when the average rent is $1,800 in Atlanta. I'm not just afraid when I see somebody with a ski mask. I'm afraid when I'm moving through this city because I know I've had instances where I've had to call the police and the police haven't shown up for an hour after being harassed or assaulted. So finally, what I will say, as a 5 foot, 135 pound woman, and you as a 6'2", and I quote, as a 6 foot 2 inch tall black man, that is never a target. We are targets. This is Atlanta, this is America. We are targets, so we need to find something else other than just coming and putting a ban on face masks and hoodies and get to the root of it, because that's not it.
Joy Carmichael.
And she called my name on it. I want to say I appreciate you for coming down today, and I take your comments very seriously. Hoodies were never a part of it. We said the hood, and we tried to copy the state law. So the state of Georgia, we had, before me, city council folks and state reps, they fought to make sure that the hood that the KKK wore was outbanned in the state of Georgia along with the ski mask. And so the legislation just had that written. The new legislation that we're working on would just say ski mask, because if you listen to the rest of that quote, it says my wife and my auntie. My wife is a 5'4", my auntie, I don't know her height, but I want to make sure she's always comfortable in a store. And I'll give you an example specifically in Pittsburgh, Floyd Corner Market. Mr. Floyd told me about a story where this is this week because we're getting calls from both sides, from everybody, and trying to make the legislation as perfect as possible. And so he said they had a woman in his store about his age, over 65. And she was shopping. She always comes in to shop. And the state of Georgia got one law where you can walk around with a gun without a gun license now. And so people are already walking around with extended clips on. And he said his daughter runs the store, that's Chloe. And so Chloe's running the store. Mr. Floyd's not here. He's watching on camera. Two young men walk into the store with masks on in Pittsburgh with extended clips hanging out their pocket. Because we don't know their age, they got a police officer to work in the store. Because we can't see their face, we don't know their age. We don't know if they're 14 or 35, so we don't know if they're able to carry guns actually. If they were 35, you couldn't question them anyway because they could walk around because of the state law. If they're 13 or 14, which we are having these issues, my nephew is one of them. My nephew just got some time periods for carrying guns at 14. And so if they're 14, we can't stop them. Mr. Floyd says, he says that his daughter called him and said to her, after these young men walked out the store, "Daddy, what can we do? Daddy, what can we do? We got 2 young men walking here with a ski mask. We just had some kids murdered behind this store not too long ago in this same exact area. So what do we do when we got 2 young men walk in with ski masks and extended clips and the police can't say nothing new?" That's when you go to the city council person. We try our best to work the legislation as best as possible. But thank you again. I appreciate you. And go HBCU, FAMU, LU over here.
Joy Carmichael.
Hi, Councilman Lewis. You said it's ski masks only, but I don't know when you made the changes or publicized them. When I read it in its entirety, under Section 1, Article 8, paragraphs 4 and 2, you have more than just a ski mask listed. So I think you need to correct that if that be the case. Even if that is the case, I still feel like in a city where the news isn't always rise to the top, I would hate to see young people catch their first charge off of this. I think a more appropriate consequence might be a steep fine and a warning. And then if there is a second occurrence, then maybe we can explore the possibility of a misdemeanor. Something else that I also find concerning is you said there's an exemption for protesters. I didn't see that in the bill either. Lastly, I've been robbed 4 different times in this city. In all four robberies, 2 were a home invasion, and in none of the instances were the burglars covered. There was no face coverings. And yet it still took APD hours to respond, if they responded, because I am one of many people in the city who you call the police for a carjacking, and because it's a nonviolent crime, they just give you a citation over the phone line and tell you to call your insurance company. They don't bother to come out. That doesn't come across to me as a police department who's actually interested in catching criminals or the thieves that you're saying you're trying to help them catch. While I'm up here and you're talking, and I support the man in Brown's request for supporting conflict resolution and social programs, I noticed City Council in September granted legal aid money to help with the eviction process. We know Atlanta is in the top 5 for homelessness and has been for the past decade. Yet they have no online form, no paper form. They don't call you back, blah, blah, blah. I'm working with people trying to get them to stay in their homes. And I think we need to do better with, we give these institutions money, we don't hold them accountable, and then people get frustrated and they get lost in the process. So I do hope that's something you address, because I feel as though when people's backs aren't against the wall, they're less likely to commit crime, right? Yeah, and I think that's it. So yeah, ski masks only, I don't have an issue with that, except for I think the consequence is too steep. But your language in that bill, again, I don't know when you publicized it, when I read it in entirety Friday, it had more than that listed. Thank you.
And I know say my name as well.
Go ahead.
I appreciate you full out when you say that if you look out, there's actually 2 bills that came out. The first legislation, like you grab that piece of paper, there's legislation that's on, well, I don't know if that's it. When you walk in, you're able to grab the legislation. There are 2 different bills that came out. One went to the news, one came up here. If you listen to us read it, you actually hear me read and say, this is the wrong one. And so a law in the city of Atlanta is really, to break it down even further, a law in the city of Atlanta, it goes to, some of you know, I apologize if I'm speaking to you the wrong way, just to make sure we clarify and speak clearly to the people that are listening. A law in the city of Atlanta, we introduce it in city council meeting. It then goes to this committee. Right now, over this last week, I done talked to everybody you can talk to. And I tried to answer my phone to everybody. I talked to the ACLU, once again, a couple of times to make sure that we talking about this. We get in today, we come in, we listen to the public, we talk amongst ourselves, we still reach out to our people, then we work on something different. The last piece of paper, the law department sent out an email and told us that the way that it was written, we had to make some changes, but we didn't get that email till Thursday. I thought that it was exact to what was supposed to be on the State of Georgia website. And so once again, this is a living, breathing document that we're working on full out. But ski masks in certain locations, in public locations, are going to be dead in the city of Atlanta. And that's me protecting both sides. The last quote of one of my favorite Atlantans is Maynard Jackson. He said, Atlanta, y'all politicians ain't got scared. I ain't scared. I know what's going on in certain situations. I want you to, if you're sitting in this little girl basketball game at King Middle School for 3 hours, you walked in with a ski mask on, left with a ski mask, don't nobody know what happened, some cars got broken into, we ain't gonna blame you for none of that. But we just gotta live a different kind of life here. I take all your suggestions that you gave me. And here's the one thing, you can go on social media and you'll see the first change that we made was in lieu of the $250 was 25 hours of community service, right? And so that was the first change that we made, and that's not on the legislation because the legislation will not be finished. And by hearing you today, guess what happened? Because this legislation is a living, breathing document that we're breathing right here, but ski masks about to be dead. But this is hearing you today, we're gonna add some more stuff. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilmember Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I just wanted to pass on a piece of information. 3 years ago, I authored legislation to allow the Office of the Public Defender to give free legal advice to persons who are facing eviction in Atlanta. It's completely free. You can call their office. They will call you back. You can refer people to them. They've helped hundreds of people over the last 3 years. So if you find someone or know of someone who's in that situation, they just need to call the Office of Public Defender over at Municipal Court.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
And lastly, I wear hoodies. The word hood was for hood, KKK. I had on 2 hoodies this morning. Like if you follow me on social media, I do something called Win the Morning where I go to the gym. I wear hoodies. So there's some miscommunication, which this was not the last form of legislation. This was not for immediate consideration. If it was for immediate consideration, it would already be a law. This is the process that we're going through. So I appreciate y'all for engaging in the manner that we engage in. I hope this is how we see how government should work. You send your politician downtown, your politician writes legislation with the help of you, it comes out, we can see some things we can change in it, and we work on it and we bring it back. That's how we should work. I appreciate you again.
Sean Lovett.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Sean Lovett. I'm a native from the south side of Chicago, but I live here in Atlanta, and I'm going to be addressing you, Councilman Lewis, directly. I heard you say earlier that you experienced the Red Dogs come and put you on the ground at 2 or 3 in the morning. Well, if that's so, instead of investing in programs that gives the police more power to target and harass young black males and young people of color, you should be working on conflict resolutions in the Atlanta public school system. You should be working on trades, apprenticeship, school programs to send kids to become well-trained journeymen. Because first of all, if a person has money in their pocket, they're not gonna commit a crime. And you coming up with this ban of a mask like they stated earlier, it's not gonna, somebody that's gonna commit a crime, your little mask ban is not gonna stop that. It clearly says here that the city of Atlanta has 24,800 cameras for a population, and it says that there's 12,800 of those cameras that are directly available to the Atlanta police. So instead of creating more problems and giving the police, and I salute the police. I served almost 27 years in the United States Army, twice deployed. But what I'm saying is we need programs for our children, and especially with you being a native, that should be the first thing that's on your mind about the children here. Because if they have the correct programs and the finance, the capital that guides them to financial freedom and not financial stress, because living paycheck to paycheck is not financial freedom. You're sitting there in your nice little suit and you're talking about you wear hoodies and all of that, and you're saying you're keeping it real. Well, keep it real all the way. I'm an OG, I'm 55 years old. Keep it real all the way, Councilman. Come up with some programs to help the citizens of Atlanta, not harass them. Thank you kindly.
I receive your comments. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Kenya Jackson.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to say Elijah McClain. If you know his name, say his name. Elijah McClain. The reason I'm here this morning is to speak out against your mask ban. This is a racist policy meant to harass young black men and boys. I'm here to stand in the gap for them. I hear no one actually speaking and saying who this ban is for. Councilman, you say in your day You grew up, nobody wore a mask unless they was gonna rob somebody. You know that the majority of these boys are not robbing people. Pooh shiesty. That's why they're wearing masks. You know that. You know it's for the culture. You're attacking the culture. People who are not afraid don't attack culture. Your fear of young black men and boys does not make it okay then to legislate things that are going to increase their interactions with police. All that does is increase the chances that police will murder them, that they will go to prison, that we will increase mass incarceration. These are all truths, and they all need to be spoken. Anti-racist people do not propose racist policies. This is a racist policy. Thank you.
Lewis.
I accept that I'm a racist too. Thank you.
Ricky Oste.
I'm gonna be honest. I ain't know what I was gonna say when I came up here. Shout out to you though, with all you done done. What I will say, I'm up here for these kids. I advocate for them, you know it. So we went from year to youth to this. We criminalizing these kids, man. We doing it every day. But I'm one of the ones, and I'm actually talking to you, because you know what I do. And this ain't what I do. It's understood, but I'm gonna be able to talk to you. I know they gonna understand the same thing. Because at the end of the day, I'm one of the ones that's out here. They're doing conflict mediation. I got a nonprofit organization that we do all that. We don't get backing from nobody, but we do it because it's on us. It ain't in us. But at the end of the day, what I'm gonna tell you and what I'm gonna say to all of y'all is, just understand that these kids seen something that you all said was a mandate. Y'all mandated these kids. Y'all got to have a mask on to go inside the restaurant, to go inside the gyms, to go inside the. They said, okay, we don't want to wear that. We found something we want to wear. Still a mask. Not only that, they turning the culture shiesty. Just like she said, shiesty. It's a shiesty mask. You get a new outfit, you go shiesty with it. And I'm saying this because I know, and you know I know, I'm with them every day. But for y'all to criminalize these kids and culture, when y'all consulted with these kids, anybody talk to the kid? Had anybody said anything to the kid? But if you can see all of us up here saying something about kids, even if it's negative or positive, we saying something about kids, but anybody talk to the kid, want to know what they think? We just making all these we making a lot of outrages, a whole lot of, laws and stuff for these kids, and we ain't talking to them at all. You know why they won't do nothing what nobody asked them to do? Because nobody ever tried to tell them anything. Now we're trying to tell them something, and it's like, no, I don't want to hear that now, because they know it ain't in their best interest. All I'm saying is on the back end of everything I'm saying, bro, y'all just gotta understand, man, this ain't gonna do nothing but create a whole lot of more records on records of young black men. I came up in it, you came up in it too. I had the Red Dog slam me down numerous of times. 14, 15 years old, I ain't doing nothing, just growing up in Mechanicsville. You growed up on Cleveland Avenue, dog. You know this ain't right for these kids, dog. You got a nephew, I know him. Come on, man. We gotta do this real, dog. We can't do this to these children. We can't do these our children. They our kids, dog. They ours, they belong to us. You gonna take all of it. Don't do this to these children, man. I'm begging y'all, please don't do this to these kids. That's all I got, man.
And Duke, I want to say, once again, I appreciate you coming down here. When I say that when you represent Mechanicsville, how I try to represent Cleveland Avenue. That's why we are locked in, and we understand that the government don't give us our nonprofits no funding, so we put it together and we make it happen. That's why when you called me, we talked I stepped out of lunch with my wife. We talked on the phone for an hour, having the same exact conversation that we're having right now, because we can agree to where we are on that, and that's why I made sure to talk about it more. It won't be hoodies at all. The hoodie Dip got on, you should be able to walk around with full out, but I'm telling Dip, I apologize, Ricky Usher, I'm telling Ricky Usher here, I mean, just like I said on the phone, this ain't for stop and frisk at all. Never in life. Never in life. Never in life. When we say that, you remember this summer? You remember this summer? He said my name.
Back and forth.
He said my name. You remember this summer when I said that young water boy? I said on Cleveland Avenue in my district, don't sell no more water, right? And you remember I said, look, they just stopped selling water. I started pulling up at the gate, putting them in my car, taking them down. Remember you said that? I mean, the conversation we had was, hey, you can't just make them stop selling water. You can't take their hustle. I wasn't taking their hustle. I was giving them a hustle. I was giving them a job at $15 to $20 an hour. That's what we set them up. You said that in your district that your kids didn't get no jobs. You remember you said that to me? I said, give me every name you got.
You can go ahead and wrap up. This is not a time to have a personal
So
conversation.
I have a conversation with you because I'm vested. And man, you understand where it's coming from. This ain't that ain't this at all, which is why we holding it. Thank you.
Laura, last name starts with a K. You'll just state your full name when you get up to the microphone, please.
Good afternoon, Laura Kearns. Yeah, I think a lot's been said already, so I'll try to be brief. But so I picked out my outfit for today, wearing 3 hoods. These are things that I wear, 4 times a week in the winter, right? Because I don't like the wind in my ears. And I also agree with the young person who was saying that they sometimes like to wear hoods just to kind of stay in the zone. Like working in the airport, I can't stand all the noise, the lights, the cameras, the TV cameras up there. I go nuts, so I wear a hood in the airport. It just helps me to, stay calm before I'm getting on a plane to go somewhere, right? Yeah, so, yeah, please don't tell us what to wear. I mean, I woke up feeling like I was in China the last 3 days, where they survey and they tell you can't protest in China. I was like, what is this? Have I woken up in China? I'm in the wrong place. And then Elijah McClain, he was 23 in Aurora, Colorado, walking down the street one night with a ski mask. He had his earbuds in, listening to the music, and apparently he was doing something with his arms. Some person looking out their car was like, he's acting suspicious. This is something's weird with him. They called the police. The police put him in 2 chokeholds. And then they called, I guess, a paramedic who shot him up with ketamine, twice the dose that he was supposed to get, and this kid died. He'd done nothing wrong. He was wearing a ski mask. So that's the other thing I woke up thinking about. Elijah, don't forget him, okay? Elijah McClain. And then the last thing, I'm not sure how we go about this. The guns are out. Pandora's box opened. How can we get the damn things back in the fucking box? Excuse my language. We can't. But we can try to be creative. We can try to think of other things to do. And I tell you, when I see someone open carry and they walk and they're standing next to me in a line, if I'm somewhere at a tire place, which just happened this week, I go walk on the other side of the room. I stand on the opposite side of the room. I wait till they do their business. I get as far away from them as possible. They have a right to do that in the state of Georgia, but I'm not coming anywhere near them. Thank you.
Next is Temperance. I believe the last name is Black.
Hi. Okay. So
I couldn't hear you. Could you restate your last name?
Temperance Blake. It's Blake. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm here on speaking out. I guess I have some questions about Councilmember Lewis's ski mask thing. Because mainly I just wanted to express my concern for my good and dear friend, Spider-Man. I just wanted to know, because I know you said it's a public place thing, and I'm like, Spider-Man kind of wears a ski mask though. does that mean like Spider-Man like can't go to the park? Like what about like Batman? Can Batman go to the park? I'm just saying like, cause okay, neither of them are even like really threats to anyone except for burglars, I guess. But like they don't even have guns. Like Spider-Man just has like sticky web things, and Batman, he's got like these gadgets, but like he doesn't even kill people, right? So like they're not really dangerous to anyone. I feel like they should be allowed without having to take their masks off because they wear it for safety. And like, I guess there's also religion. Like if you just wear like, I don't know if it's like specific like ski masks, like, cause like, I don't want to discount like your trauma, right? Like I get that you have a trauma specifically regarding like the specific like shape and face of a ski mask. And like, I get that. Like, you know, if I had like a trauma that was like with a certain mask, I probably wouldn't want people to wear it. But like, I'm saying like, is it like any kind of face coverings? Cause that's like a religion thing. And like, you know, that's like illegal to like be against religion as like a legislative thing. And like, is it like only like illegal to wear it in like certain contexts, like not rolled up, like so you can still like buy it from the store and like have it, and you just have to like keep it up, except for like you can do it in a private setting, you said, or no, like in a store it's okay? Or like, is that, so stores are okay? Like you could like not rob the store, but I'm saying like you could wear it into a store, you just couldn't like wear it at like a park because you don't want to rob like a library. I don't know. But if we're making clothes illegal, I vote toe socks because they're gross. That's it.
No, and I know you asked a couple of questions in there, so I can answer a few of them. And so now you can go wherever, the public spaces, so, and give any person, I mean, your ear, no person, your tongue is what I was taught, so I heard you full out. And one of them was if you are at a gas station, that's a private location, according to the state law, they would ask you not to, but you can pump, that station will have to make up its own rules. You can pump as much gas as you want to with your mask on. But once you drive over to the library, once you come over to the public buildings, once you walk inside, roll your mask up. Your hoods, the reason why it has hood in there is because of the KKK. We live in a state where we're always trying to protect black folk from the KKK. And so we're gonna remove that all the way from this legislation. We'll only say ski mask on it though. But I appreciate you, thank you.
Okay, have technically two names listed. There's a Rodriguez Robinson and then a DeQuan Robinson, and it states yielding time, but we do not yield time in the Public Safety Committee, so if either one or both of you want to come up and talk. Rodriguez Robinson. DeQuan Robinson. Okay, then that completes public comment. Excuse me? No, you have to have your name on the list by the deadline. The technically have presentations, but to recognize and the time of everyone in the audience that is here for specific to an ordinance by Councilmember Lewis, I'm going to go ahead and move to that item. So after that is action is taken on that item, you all can go on about your day if you wish. 23-0-1681, Ms. Lindo.
Move to hold.
This is an ordinance by Council Members Antonio Lewis, Jason Winton, Byron D. Amos, Dustin Hillis, Andrea L. Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Michael Julian Bond, Matt Westmoreland, and Keisha Shawn Waits to create a new section 106-13 of Chapter 106, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, Article 1 in general of the Atlanta Code of Ordinances to prohibit the wearing of ski masks, barrier face coverings, hoods, or any device which conceals the identity of the wearer and for other purposes.
We'll make first, I've received some request from council members. I'm going to make a motion to amend to remove Jason Winston, Matt Westmoreland, and myself, Dustin Hillis, as co-sponsors of the resolution. Is there a second? You as well, Councilmember Waits?
And Amos.
Councilmember Amos? Anyone else?
And I second your motion.
All right, second by Vice Chair Amos. Please prepare the vote on the amendment.
The vote is open.
Seven
The
yeas.
vote's closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. The motion passes, or the amendment passes. Councilmember Lewis, what are your wishes? I thought you said you wanted to file this.
I said, hold. Move to hold.
Okay, well, I'm going to let Ms. Robinson from the Law Department speak. Because there's
Mr. Lewis,
been
I
a
thought,
request from law to file this legislation.
I thought you early in the meeting you had said that you wanted to make a motion to file.
Because of the, gotcha, we can file.
Okay, thank you.
And let me talk to that first.
Sure.
And that's because of the one provision that made it illegal. And so it made it illegal, actually. So, which is why we walked in. The moment I came in, I said, we're going to file this legislation. But it will come back as a changed piece, and it will be ski masks. We will, in public locations, that's going to be a thing in the city of Atlanta. We're going to be fighting for it, just like we fought to make the police ride around with their lights on, just like we fought for other stuff. It will come back. Thank you.
So Councilmember Lewis, just to be clear, your motion is to file. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Amos. I still would like to hear from Attorney Robinson in regards to this paper. Ms. Robinson.
Yes, good afternoon. Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. As has been mentioned, there is a state law currently on the books that makes it a misdemeanor to wear any sort of mask, hood, or device by which any portion of a person's face is hidden, concealed, or covered so as to conceal their identity, where there is an intent of the wearer to conceal their identity. Because there is a state statute on the books that makes this a misdemeanor currently, that the city would be preempted from taking legislative action to adopt these same prohibitions into its own code of ordinances.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Councilmember Lewis.
And to be clear, this is already a state law. What we were trying to be clear, already a state law. If the law has been lifted for COVID-19, and the portion that we were focused on is ski mask. Thank you.
All right. There is a motion to file on the floor. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote's closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is filed. Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, I just wanted to explain to the audience, for those of you who may not know the nomenclature, that means that this is no longer a viable ordinance. It has now been filed. That means it will not proceed to council. It will not be acted on at the first council meeting in January.
Thank you, Councilmember Norwood.
Right.
We will move on to our presentations now. We will first hear from the Atlanta Police Department for a monthly update. It's misstated as a quarterly update on the agenda, but it is a monthly update. And we'll be hearing from Peter Amon, our Chief Administrative Officer of APD.
Good afternoon. Councilmember Hillis, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for your time today. We're going to go over 4 topics, and I'll run through the presentation. We're going to be talking about progress in our Emergency 911 Center. We're going to be talking about code enforcement, and we're also going to be talking about our license and permits unit. We will also address some questions around lock boxes and give you an update on gun lock boxes. As I go through these slides, I have members of each of these sections here attending with me, and I very much appreciate their time and hard work in running those different operations. And so without further ado, let's go ahead to the first slide, if we may, or maybe I have the clicker. Oh, I do. Okay, we're going to start talking about the 911 Center. Just to orient everybody to the operations of the 911 Center, it is a complex operation, and we've radically simplified it on the slide, so it may not look as complex as it is. The fact of the matter is there's a dozen sub-steps to each one of these major steps. The key thing that I just wanted to point out is that when you call the 911 Center, you may be calling on a cell phone, you may be calling on a landline, you may be texting us, and we'll talk about text later. It is important to note that when you first come to the 911 Center, if we are experiencing unusually high call volume, you may hear a recorded message. You are effectively, your call is picked up and placed automatically on hold, and you hear that recorded message. It is very important that you not hang up. If you hang up, you will go back to the beginning. So please stay on the line. I know in emergency situations that is very difficult, but please do so. Once your call is taken, you'll be talking to a call taker. If it is related to a medical emergency in Fulton County, you will go to Grady EMS, which will then proceed with medical questions that determines what level of help you need and what level of response and priority is assigned. If you're in DeKalb, similarly, you'll go to an EMS dispatch. If it's relative to Atlanta Fire, Atlanta Police, you'll move on to a dispatcher. There's a dispatcher or several dispatchers for fire. There's a dispatcher for each zone, and there's a number of other types of dispatchers in the operation. So that just is important context for everybody. Again, please do remain on hold if you should encounter a hold situation. The first thing I want to talk about, when I was here last, I talked about the hiring goals that we had for the year and the challenges we faced in 2022. If you look at this slide, you will see significant progress in both hiring and in retention since 2022. So the first cluster of 3 bars is around new hires. So we moved from roughly 18 new hires to 44 new hires thus far this year, and I anticipate we'll have a few more in the balance of December. So you see significant improvement in hiring, and a big thank you to Director Pendleton and Mr. Evans from our HR team, as well as Commissioner Smith and Deputy Commissioner Roberts from HR, who've been assisting us, frankly, across all of these operations in hiring civilians that we'll be speaking of today. In addition, you'll see a drop in resignations from 21 to 22, and then a larger drop to 23. So the first thing that we talked about last time was the challenges of hiring and headcount in our center, and we are moving forward on that. I will also say that when you look at the total, that we've seen significant improvement in our total headcount, moving from a total of 194 in the left bar to 243 in the right bar. Now that right 243 includes 10 people from the emergency, the electronic maintenance unit, which works on our radios. So it's really 194 to 233, but it is still significant growth. And I'm particularly pleased about that gray bar at the top, that gray segment, which dropped from 43 vacancies to 17 vacancies. That's a significant accomplishment over the last 6+ months. In fact, not only that, for those 17 vacancies, we have over 50 people in the process, frankly, fairly well along in the process, many of them actually in the background check part of the process. So we do anticipate in the upcoming months filling those 17 positions. Because of the growth in call volume, we will be working with the administration to try and expand the 911 Center beyond these staffing levels to make sure that we don't run into problems again in the future. The only thing that is a little bit unfortunate is the increase in our call volume. And I'll talk a minute about our call volume, but our total call volume is represented in the blue bar is up 14%. And that's one of the reasons you'll see us looking to add some additional staff beyond that which we have already added. So total call volume is 14% up. That's a projection if you take December's numbers and add them to what's reflected there. And then in the orange, that's 911 call volume. That will be up slightly. So again, with with the growth in total call volume, and make no mistake, we have to answer the calls that come in. Even if they're on an administrative line, they may be prioritized lower, but they still need to get answered. We do have a challenge. We did check as recently as this weekend with a number of other centers around the state and in other localities, and other 911 centers are similarly not only seeing growth in call volumes, but they're not seeing the drop-off in November that you typically see. So we don't anticipate this is a short-term or just localized phenomena. The result of that improvement in headcount, along with the improvements in technology, which I discussed in our last discussion about 911, has brought our answer times down. In 2022, our average time to answer was just under 30 seconds. We are now at about 22 seconds. Prior to the summer surge in call volume, which is typical for the summer, we actually made it through the first 4 or 5 months of the year, I believe, around 15 seconds. But with the summer surge in call volume, that time improved. So this does reflect improvements, but this is not where we want to be. We need to make improvements significantly beyond this, because there are still too many times you will call the 911 center and actually end up on hold, and sometimes for longer periods than we find acceptable. So we are going to be working very hard in the next calendar year to use that new staffing to get this down and to get to the point where we reach the point where there virtually is no substantial hold time and that calls are answered within 15 seconds, or the majority of calls are answered within 15 seconds. One of the things that is causing us a challenge is the fact that most calls are not emergencies. If you look at this chart, you will see that 16% of our calls, our total call volume of projected to be over 1.3 million this year, is police-related calls for service other. And what that means is those are calls for service which are important and require police response. We dispatch an officer or other resource, but they're sort of priority 3 or 4. Priority 2, our highest priority calls, the truest of the true emergencies, are 4%. You'll see 4% in fire-related calls for service. That means that 76% of our projected to be almost 1.4 million calls are other types of calls. They're non-emergency. It could be, doesn't mean they're not legitimate. It just means they're non-emergency. It could be a call for a tow truck driver. It could be a call about a water pipe that will then refer on to the Department of Watershed Management. So I don't mean to suggest that by any means that all of those are unnecessary to come in through 911, but we know that a number of those aren't. And so I would just remind folks, I won't take you all through this because you all are experts at this, but there is a standard definition of what's an emergency call and what's a non-emergency call. Certainly an emergency is when someone's health, safety, or property is in jeopardy, or if a crime is in progress. Immediate assistance is needed. Examples would include persons shot, a house on fire, a vehicle accident with injuries, etc. When you call, we do ask these questions. It is important to note that as we diagnose the call, if an immediate response is required, we will be dispatching. This is one of the values of having one person take the call and another person dispatch. We can dispatch while we're still asking you questions. Non-emergency calls are for urgent but non-emergency matters. A crime where some time has passed, you come out in the morning, your car has been broken into overnight, there's no criminal activity present, a noise disturbance, a non-injury vehicle accident. That is where we would ask you to call the non-emergency number, 404-658-6666. Now, we are working on ways to come up with a more memorable number than that 10-digit number, and a plan for that will be forthcoming and will be part of future discussions. And I won't go through this next slide in great detail, but the reason it's important to call 911 only when there's an emergency and call the administrative or non-emergency numbers or other city numbers is that with our new technology, we actually have different queues. If you look across the top, you'll actually see different queues for inbound calls, and we're able to actually triage and prioritize those differently with the call takers. So I won't run through all of this, but it's important to just note that how your call comes into the center matters, because we can pull off the 911 calls that are true emergencies in that case. I want to briefly touch on one of the initiatives that has come up many times in council, and that is how your call gets to us if you're on a cell phone. In the old technology world, your call was routed based on the tower you pinged off of. So if you called on your cell phone and you happened to ping off a tower in the city of Atlanta, you'd come to the Atlanta 911 Center. As you'll see, there's a lot of overlapping circles on this, and the problem is when you're in a boundary area, for example, most particularly along the boundary line with DeKalb, if using the old technology, your cell phone hit a tower in DeKalb, you would end up in DeKalb's 911 center. If, by the way, that should happen to you and you are in the city of Atlanta, please immediately tell the call taker that I'm in the city of Atlanta, please transfer me to 911 in Atlanta, and they will do so. You don't need to explain anything to them, you just say, I am in Atlanta, please transfer me to Atlanta. However, we don't want that to happen at all. We've done several things on this front. The first is that we've asked for over 100 modifications in the ping zones, those semicircles of the towers. So we're trying to limit the amount of overlap by working directly with the carriers to limit the ping zones. In addition, you may have heard me talk earlier this year, Director Arnold talk earlier this year, about the new technology with ESINet, which actually passes on to us your precise latitude and longitude data from your cell phone. Well, as we've been one of the first and frankly most leading edge centers to use the ESINet technology, what we discovered was that actually some of the cell phone providers were not passing that data to us. So their system was not configured and set up to do that. So one of the cell phone carriers was providing it, a couple others were not. In the next month, that should all be rectified. But if in the last few months you've been one of the individuals who sit in Atlanta but ended up in DeKalb's center, that should cease within the next few months as we get these cell carriers passing us that data that they have not been sending us. So we're very, very excited about that because that has been a point of frustration for really decades. I'm going to skip this slide. I think I just spoke really to how we determine the caller location. I do want to mention that we also have a text to 911 feature. This is a feature where if you just go to the to field, so to speak, of your text, just enter 911. And if you are in the city of Atlanta, your message will end up on our console, our call taker's console. It will go in a queue, but it will end up as a message. This is especially helpful if you are in a situation where you can't talk, where you're otherwise in danger and can't verbalize that. So there's also, if you have two phones or if you're on the phone, you can also text us and provide additional information at the same time you're on the phone. Just remember your 911 message will end up, your 911 text will end up in a queue as well. But we do urge this, especially in situations where you can't talk. So, and I'll give a chance for questions here at the end of each of these sections. For our 2023 accomplishments, Director Arnold and her team have really accomplished a lot. Implementation of ESINet, implementation of a new priority dispatch system, a software called Carbine. We've done the cell phone sector audit that we just talked about. We've built out our technology team. We now have a virtual academy in operations. We've added a graduation for fire recruits. We've revamped our whole hiring process in partnership with HR. That has been going tremendously well. We've started a Citizens 911 Academy, and we do a quarterly appreciation for all employees of the 911 Center, and they all deserve our appreciation because working in the 911 Center, as you all know, is an extraordinarily difficult task. In terms of 2024 initiatives, some of which are current, we obviously want to reduce our wait times, as I talked about before. We're going to be focusing increasingly on employee wellness and satisfaction. That's always in our minds, but we need to do more, particularly as we bring on so many new employees. We want them to soak up the experience of the existing employees and learn and understand how to do 911 answering and dispatch as well as currently exists. But we also want to retain them. Retention is just as important, if not more important, obviously, than hiring. So that we can fully staff our center. We also want to improve our non-emergency experience through technology and training. We're looking at various chat bots for non-emergency. So for right now, when you call and create a record for a noise complaint, for example, you call and you provide all the information. We hope that at some point you're actually able to file a noise complaint or other complaint of that low-level nature, although still important, obviously. Noise complaints can be a precursor to crime, so we very much want that information. We are working on a technology where you'll be able to effectively do it automatically through a chat bot, where we'll be able to ask you a series of questions just like a call taker would. You'll be able to do it right on your phone in a text format, and you'll actually ultimately someday be able to create the actual computer-aided dispatch record and immediately move it to dispatch without talking to somebody. So that is one of the initiatives. Then the thing I would just remind you of is that you could find us on social media. So please do so. Please follow us on social media. And I'm happy to take any questions on 911, and then we'll move on to code enforcement in just a second.
Actually, if you just go ahead and breeze through your next
Okay,
two presentations.
do the whole thing?
We'll do all the questions at the end.
All righty. So code enforcement, a similar story of progress, both overall and particularly in hiring. The slide you are looking at is the code enforcement section officer staffing. So this is specifically for the position of code enforcement officer. It is one of our most vital positions in that group, but it is not the only one, because we have both customer service and research and a number of other elements that I'll talk about in a minute. But similar to 911, this is a real turnaround. You may remember at budget time, I came here and told you that we only had 9 code enforcement officers for the entire city, and there were a couple of them that were actually out at that particular moment in time. Well, I'm happy to say that just 6 months later, we've moved from a position of having only 9 with 15 vacancies to having actually 22 with only 1 vacancy. That is a significant turnaround in a short period of time. And as much as the partners we have in HR and we have worked hard on hiring, it was the action of this council in raising the salary from $38,000 to a competitive $52,000, which is what other jurisdictions and frankly elements of the city pay, that was instrumental in having this occur. So we're pleased that we have full staffing in the code enforcement section, minus 1, and we anticipate that 1 to be filled shortly. Despite the number of open positions this year, which did cause a little bit of a reduction in activity, you will see on this page that in fact, when you factor in the fact that this is year-to-date numbers for 2023, if you add in the December volume, we'll be pretty close, certainly on re-inspections and court-ordered re-inspections to prior years. Initial inspections will be slightly down from prior year, but again, if you only have 9 inspectors or code enforcement officers, it is difficult to maintain the levels of activity. In fact, it was a fair amount of heroic work that allowed them all in the code enforcement section to achieve what they did. You heard me mention before that it is not just code enforcement officers who exist in this section. There's a whole bunch of other folks. There's research technicians you see on the left part of this graph who perform a variety of critical tasks, including determining who owns a property, what the path of ownership has been, understanding prior offenses to support the code enforcement officers' work, and so forth. Then there's obviously a number of sections of code enforcement officers, there's customer service, and finally, there's a set of activity around that we've just picked up around taxis, and in addition to that, the mayor's initiative on multifamily properties and particularly highly, not so much highly hazardous, but highly problematic multifamily dwellings, which we are increasingly inspecting and will actually be adding resources to in the near future, these very large multifamily properties that have significant track records of problems. In terms of the 2023 accomplishments, I mentioned already the salary adjustment. You can see the data around filling of total positions and code enforcement positions, creation of additional positions, decreasing the inspection time hurdle from 10 days to 5, and the Safe and Secure Housing Initiative, which I just referenced. We've conducted 20 multifamily details for that alone. For 2024, obviously, we're going to be trying to improve our overall code enforcement performance. We are putting in place a project manager for the initiative around the multifamily properties I just mentioned. We will be requesting and are actually starting to look forward perhaps through some extra help positions initially. And then, of course, we'll be having this discussion at the budget, 12 additional code enforcement officers. We do need to look at the code in a couple areas. And as I said, vehicles for hire we are going to be adding an enforcement unit for vehicles for hire, which are vehicles for hire, primarily taxis not at the airport. So if you're in a taxi not at the airport, the enforcement of the regulations and of those taxi conditions used to be done by the airport, but it was deemed inappropriate because that's an enterprise fund, obviously. And so that was transferred to us. Well, the workload was transferred to us. We now have to hire people for it. So with that, I'm going to continue on to the license and permits unit, obviously involved in issuing of all sorts of business and alcohol licenses. This is a smaller unit and unfortunately still has a number of vacancies. We've not made the progress in filling these vacancies in the other two cases that we would like. Although I will say we have 3 folks in process now, and it being a small group, if we can get those 3 folks in, plus 3 more, we'll be back up to at least our initial staffing position on civilians. We also want to add some additional officers to the unit, which you'll see the vacancies here for civilian, and then you'll note that we will be looking to add additional enforcement officers as we can, although obviously sworn officers are at a premium in the city. In terms of activity, you will see on this chart that the statistics compare favorably to 2022 in terms of alcohol licensing. The renewals were only 2 months into the cycle, so the renewal figure is going to be quite a bit lower, and that's just where we are in the timing of things. And then obviously the enforcement activity is actually very, very strong compared to prior years, but especially when you take into account the staffing challenges we've had. I won't run through this in great detail, but you'll see the business licenses issued are almost exactly the same. And again, given the staffing constraints, that's quite good. And then significant growth in the professional licenses. Actually, professional licenses in 2022 were 1,522. And this year, actually already over 3,000 for professional licenses, with the largest growth in entertainer/dancer. So that all of those license issuance tasks require a fair amount of work. So that has been a focus of the customer service and other parts of the unit. On the enforcement front, we've run a whole series of details, particularly coin-operated amusement machines are not always used in a manner which is consistent with state code. We do find that where there are instances of these machines being used to provide cash payouts, or other inappropriate or illegal gratuities, that there's often associated other types of crimes. And so we work very hard in partnership with the folks at the state to pursue certain investigations and enforcement activities which have really yielded some significant results. In addition, we have areas of the city which, while we want them to be vibrant and sort of full of life, we don't want them to become scenes which are out of control and unhealthy. And so we do inspections to make sure people aren't serving food or alcohol without the appropriate licenses or permits. And we've done a number of details on Edgewood, for example, to make sure that we're interdicting illegal and unsafe activity. In addition to that, we have a number of other enforcement activities that we've undertaken. This is just a summary of them. Certainly can provide any information on that in addition. And then finally, on the lock boxes, just as a refresher, these are gun lock boxes for both cars and or in homes. This is we applied for a state grant to purchase 622 lock boxes. The grant award was in June 8th. The legislation passed this body the grant award was June 8th. It passed legislation in this body August 30th. We are now looking to purchase those. Unfortunately, the first lock boxes, which I was hoping to be here, frankly, right about this time, were recalled. So the manufacturer had a recall of the lock boxes. So now we have to go back through a selection process, which we are in the midst of, and she'll do very quickly. So this is very much something that we are pushing and want to achieve, but it was delayed first by the need to have all the grant provision process in place. But then the recall of the boxes was obviously an additional delay. So with that concludes our monthly presentation and on the topics that you had requested. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, CAO Amon. Colleagues, if you have questions, please indicate with your speaker button. I'm going to start us off. Does APD 911, I know it's not us responding, but we do take the calls initially to transfer them. And we've had this discussion before, probably, I think, before your time back here. But does APD 911 track EMS response times of those two jurisdictions? So that has been an issue.
We do not, because we don't have the radio traffic which allows us to know when the unit arrived. So once we do a hot handoff to for example, Grady EMS, in certain instances we'll stay on the line. And if there are certain trigger words, like somebody's having a heart attack, we will co-dispatch. So we'll dispatch our fire unit with EMTs or paramedics on it. We'll have the data on that unit, obviously, it's an AFRD unit, but we will at some point hand off the call to Grady. They'll take it and run with it in terms of both the phone activity and then ultimately the ultimate ambulance response, so we won't have that data.
I would just make it a request that APD make it a request that we get that, I don't know, what a quarterly maybe for that, for those two jurisdictions?
No, that's a great idea, and this has been a conversation for the last 2 decades that I've been hanging around. It is really something that we need to do more of. Grady, from what I understand, has increased their responsiveness and improved their response time in the past several months. But certainly if you look over the last 2 decades, there have been significant fluctuations, and both the sort of operating process, as much as it's been improved over the years, still is somewhat fragmented. And you're right, we do need to have the data. So we'll work, obviously we can't force them to give us the data, but we will work on a way where we can get a dashboard and be able to provide you updates and also understand what we might be able to do to help with response times. So we will do that.
Thank you. And related to that, I know we do track our APD and AFRD response times, but I've requested not just that, but a number of items. This is 2023 in the age of GIS and improving technology, and a lot of other large departments do this, but putting that information online and where it's easily accessible, trackable by neighborhood, by zone, by beat, et cetera, so our constituents can see that information and us and not have to send a request. That's a laboring process to someone at APD.
Certainly, I will take that back to the department. There's no reason why we can't do that. There may be times when we don't want to be too granular about our response times in particular neighborhoods or areas of the city, because we don't want to give people who might do harm sort of an unfair data advantage, but transparency is obviously of the utmost importance, so we'll take that back.
On the, you stated there was I believe 50 applicants. However, are all of those 17 positions posted?
Yes, all the positions. And yes, they're all posted, and we likely will fill past that 17. We likely, assuming approvals from all the folks that approve the request to fill process, we likely will hire beyond that because given the growth in call volume over the last 2 years, we need more positions. When we project out, we'll probably need at least 15 more positions, if not potentially another 10 or so on top of that to hit the standards that we are charged to hit in terms of answer time.
On the answer times, you obviously stated it has been an issue. It's gotten better, but I believe you stated something to the effect of getting to a goal of 15 seconds.
Yeah, the national
I believe
standard
the national
is,
standard is
what's the percentage?
90% within 10 seconds?
Yeah, 90% within 15 seconds.
Okay, I thought it
changed.
I thought it was 10 seconds.
Well, they changed it.
Okay.
Yeah. And nobody could meet it, so they changed it, which I'm not sure we would relinquish on our objectives, but they altered the national standard because of the problems that are happening everywhere. I personally would still like to hit the lower standard. But at this point, we'll get to the national standard and go down from there.
And then I believe another item that they track is the call processing time. I don't know if they changed that as well, but it used to be 60 seconds within the 90% within 60 seconds. Is that something you're familiar with, or do we track that? Do we know where that number is?
We do track it. I don't know off the top of my head.
We do track call processing times, especially for medical and fire. So with the medical calls, we have 60 seconds to process the call. We have 60 seconds to process the fire call. So there's 40 seconds for the call taker to take the information. They get the location and just very relevant information, send it over to fire, and the dispatcher has 20 seconds to drop it. So that's the 60 seconds and 30 seconds for medical because we transfer. So we have 30 seconds to get the location and the fact that the person needs an ambulance, and then we transfer to Grady or DeKalb within 30 seconds.
And similar to the call answering times, we know where we are with hitting that goal?
No, but I can get that information to you.
Okay, thank you, if you would. Thank you, Director Arnold. Another thing that came up both with I call it the Quad 6 number because I've put it out back while I was a council member because our issue was another one that you went to next on the western border of the city. You would call and always go to Cobb County. So I gave that number out at neighborhood meetings and MPU meetings, et cetera, to say, hey, just call this and it's processed just like a 911 call. That was years ago. But now I'm hearing it marketed as a quote unquote non-emergency number. So, and then also the text 911, both of those using that Quad 6 number as a non-emergency number plus the text 911 that we have, I don't feel like that's marketed to the public.
So we are just about to engage a sort of in a major marketing effort. So first of all, we do want people to call 911 now. As the technology has changed, you're right, how we have used these numbers has changed. With the technology upgrade that we just got a few months ago, you'll recall that we can now, we didn't used to be able to separate out the Quad 6 number, right? So it was treated just like a 911 call. Well, now that we can separate it out, and frankly, most of those are non-emergency calls, we do very much want people, both on the western side of the city, eastern side of the city, et cetera, to call 911. If they are not getting to the Atlanta Center, they should ask to be transferred to Atlanta Center so that the Quad 6 number should not be used for emergencies at this point. That will place you in the non-emergency queue. We are looking at other things we can do. For example, a number of cities have moved to a posture where there's just two numbers. There's 911 and 311. And both of and when you call 311, you know, you'll get an option for the police, whether it's a report or a non-emergency thing. That's a direction we're examining. We just want to make sure there's a lot that goes into that, certainly on the 311 side as well as the 911 side. But I personally would like to get away from the Quad 6 number because it's just hard to remember. And sort of 911 is easy for emergencies. If it's sort of a third as bad, it's 311, right? It's sort of the idea. So.
We're going to roll that marketing out the first of the year, or when
so probably not the first of the year, but in the first quarter. We have to figure out this. We really want to figure out the situation with 311 and what we can market around that, which is something that's still very much in process. Once we get the answers, the final answers on that, then we'll be able to design the marketing campaign, and we will do a lot around that. To your point.
Awesome. Moving on to code enforcement, I'm very glad to see that. Only one vacant position on the inspector side. However, myself and a few colleagues have received the complaint, I guess you would say, or issue, that while these positions have gotten filled, we now lack that number of vehicles to get those men and women out into the field and inspecting these code enforcement complaints. Where are we with that?
Well, in general, if it's not one thing, it's another. So yes, we are aware of the vehicle shortage. In fact, I was just over there a few weeks ago, and so we are working on that. So we are what we're doing is we're trying to deploy. You may have, well, I know you've heard of our challenges in getting police units upfitted. So we use those as loaner cars now. So they'll get what I drive, which is a police car that has no equipment on it whatsoever. It's just a completely stripped Dodge of some sort. But it's a great car and it's a new car, and so we'll give them those until such time as we have room in the outfitters to put all the lights and sirens and gadgets on them. So we'll be doing a combination of that, and then in the vehicle procurement that you all just passed, and thank you for that, about a month or so ago, we did have in there a number of cars for code enforcement specifically listed. I think it was 10 or 12, if I'm not mistaken, specifically for code enforcement vehicles.
And then given those take less outfitting than
they take much less outfitting.
They'll get out into the field quicker.
They'll get out in the field. They just basically it's clear lights.
Staying on vehicles, but then moving over to sworn APD. I don't know where this was stated. It may have been this committee. I don't know who stated it, but I've gotten brought to my attention that what we were told previously with all these large vehicle purchases that we're making, and again, you stated the issue with upfitting those, but we were told that the extreme shortage and issue with old vehicles and FOD was going to be addressed first, just because those are the vehicles running 24/7, answering citizens' calls, 911 calls. However, that has not happened. The other units have gotten new vehicles, and they need new vehicles as well. But what is the plan, I guess, what is the timeline to get at least all of FOD upfitted, whether it be just the regular shared cars or take-home vehicles?
Yeah, so FOD has been prioritized. So that doesn't mean other units don't get anything, because there are some critical needs in other places. I'll also say that sometimes when we give another unit a vehicle, it's what I was just referring to, which is it's just a stripped, it has nothing on it. So they may get a vehicle, but it's not something we can put in FOD because it doesn't have the lights, sirens, and cameras. When one talks just about vehicles, you do have to sort of parse it. The FOD vehicles require the most work because they also have the cages in them and so forth. We have prioritized them both for take-home and for the purposes of zone cars. And we are almost always in a position where we're not pulling beats because we don't have a vehicle. I'm not going to say it never happens, because if you have 3 or 4 vehicles go down on a particular Friday, for whatever reason, you have 2 in minor accidents and you have 2 that need to be shopped for repairs, you may have a momentary vehicle shortage. But in general, the zones are in pretty good shape in terms of vehicles, and where they're not, we're shifting vehicles. So a few weeks ago, we had a problem in a zone and we shifted a number of vehicles from one zone to another, and so we are trying to be very fluid. So I can get you more information on that, and certainly to the degree you ever hear of folks asking about it. Now, I will say we are putting pressure on people to go pick up their cars from the shop. There are days when we'll have 15 or 20 cars waiting at the shop to be picked up. They're usually picked up within a day or two, but if they're picked up in half a day, then they're back at the zone that much quicker. And we are placing an added emphasis on accidents because, for all the obvious reasons, if you have an accident with your car, it's out and you're down. So,
understood. Just like I asked with the 911, with code enforcement, are all 16 of those vacant positions posted?
yes.
So hopefully some of this will start to come to a close, these issues, but previously there was a wait back before COVID of when a demo order or a cleaning close order was so ordered by the interim review board, we would be given 3 to 5 months, 3 to 6 months to actually see that come to action and that dilapidated house to be demoed. I know there have been challenges with staff. We've lost, I believe, a demolition company, but I'm seeing at least issues in my district where it has taken 12, even 18 plus months from that order being given to the demolition occurring. So what is the plan to get that back to that 3 to 6 month
Obviously, it shouldn't
timeline?
take anywhere near that long. I'm going to use my phone a friend and have Lyle speak to that.
Good afternoon. I'm Jocelyn Lyles, Code Enforcement Manager. The process for your demolitions have been dragging along because of our clearance process. Clearance process is necessary through the planning division and then the historic preservation site. The presentations of these packages per the hearing, and each time we have a demolition order, those demolition orders are packaged and sent over first to our planning division and then over to historic preservation. I believe we call it SHPO. That time has passed, has been rather slow, and I believe it is because of staff shortages in planning. And then, of course, you have the review of the packages in SHPO, and I failed to always be able to recall what that acronym is, but it's also an arm of the Historic Preservation Division, and so that takes place outside of the city. So we have levels and layers of clearance before we're able to use the public fund.
Thank you for that.
The other part of that is we have just recently employed, we'll put into action the asbestos survey team, which we've had 2. Now we have 3. And so that should help to speed up the process. Then after that, asbestos, first the bid, and then the assignment of the asbestos surveys to the contractors. That takes some time as well. So given that one of our asbestos survey contractors is moving a little bit more slowly than others, then we have that to come. I'm just getting word that one of our asbestos survey contractors just passed away. And so these are the kinds of challenges that we have to meet and get things going. So we are working as quickly as possible with the needed clearances and bids that we are having to produce.
Okay. What I'm going to do, Ms. Lyles, CEO Amon, I want to get together with you all and planning, and I want to actually bring at least a few of the properties that I know have been an issue and just do kind of a case study to see where the hangups have been particular to those properties and make sure that we have addressed those issues so we aren't waiting again for 12 to 18 plus months for a public safety hazard, sometimes that our firefighters have to respond to multiple times, risk falling through floors, et cetera. So I would ask that I'll get in contact with you and hopefully we can set that up.
Absolutely. Any chance we can get to sort of do some root cause analysis, we'd love to do that. And as we now have actual staff in greater numbers, that gives us the opportunity to do these process redesign and improvement activities that frankly we've just been trying to keep our head above water, but we can now actually undertake. So we do want to see that time come down.
Good deal. On the, and you may or may not know this, maybe above you, but where is APD and administration with presenting, or I guess administrative discussions, and then eventually presenting something to council to implement the ATAG 3 revisions to the alcohol code?
So I don't know the exact timing of the administration's overall plan. So I'll defer to them on that. I will say we're actively involved with the chairpersons for ATAG 3, and we've had a number of discussions between them, the chief and myself, and our license and permit unit, and we're going through that process now. So certainly what I would call the technical parts of the recommendations, which are sort of more in our bailiwick, the vast majority of those, there are a few tweaks, but the vast majority of them we're working to implement. Some of the broader strategic stuff and the bigger picture stuff, I defer to the administration to answer.
Okay. On the same question as the previous two, are all 9 of those vacant positions in L&P, are they posted?
Yes.
Okay. And lastly, I ask this question often. Where are we with the zone and beat realignment and a draft being presented to council?
Yeah, so
we don't have to approve it, but we at least want to know what's happening.
Right. So we are, in fact, I did in fact finally see an early draft of an actual movement of some beats from and between. It's a limited number between zones. So we should have something to present in the next, in the new year, early in the new year, sometime earlier in the new year. I'm not sure what the right format is for that, but whether it's a presentation to the committee or some other type of venue. But we do have we do finally have the early readouts from that. It's a lot of data. One of the reasons this has taken so long is they've come back to us with sort of proposals or not even recommendations yet, but sort of early output, and then we collectively find more things that need to be looked at. So you can't just look at current workload. You have to look at workload that was delayed. You have to look at it very granularly, and it turns out that it's just very, very complex as they've worked it through their models. So, but we are getting closer to the understanding which beats might make more sense in a different zone, for example.
All right, thank you for that. Councilmember Norwood.
Yes, thank you. I have been concerned about how many liquor licenses have not been issued, but people are out there running bars, running establishments. So I'm to have a meeting with the CFO on the location of every entity that has a liquor license in the city of Atlanta. And my goal is to have each council member of each district get their district list because they know their districts well. So my question to you is, since y'all are issuing the licenses, do you have that list? Will that help my conversation with CFO and I certainly want to have y'all involved because I believe we are missing the boat with licenses that I've known weren't issued, when people not only didn't have a liquor license, they didn't have a business license, and they just set up shop. And we missed that revenue. We missed that liquor by the drink revenue. We missed the license fees. And so please tell me how we can get a good handle on that.
Certainly, so we do have that information. So if you've applied for a liquor license or a renewal, we would have all sorts of information about those individuals, and we can, may take some formatting and some redaction, like personal information, but we can certainly get you the list of those locations. And furthermore, I would say if you or any other council member or any citizen has a particular location that they feel is serving alcohol or operating as a business without the appropriate licenses, please let us know. There is obviously our Crime Stoppers line. In the case of those who want to reach out to us, they certainly give me a call, because we will and we do investigate those early and often, right? And that's some of the enforcement activity you heard me speak of earlier, is where we are very much actively enforcing that and arresting people.
Okay, what I'm looking for, and I understand, redacting this, that, and the other, and whatever, is literally location.
Yeah, we have that. We can get that.
If the council members know that at 2335, a liquor license has been issued, and at 3749, there is no liquor license that has been issued, but they know there is a bar operating at 3749. I think our council members could be very helpful with y'all in reining in what may be going on and the lost revenue that we have in the city, because we don't have that at our disposal.
Yes, I'm getting an approving nod that we can get you that information. What's a good time frame to get that information?
Well, I'm meeting with I'm meeting with CFO Bala in another 2 weeks, so it's not something that I'm looking for tomorrow afternoon, but I think all council members would be very interested in knowing what's licensed in their district.
We could certainly pull that together, and we can certainly give it to you in a spreadsheet. Let me see if we can do one better and do something that's searchable by address or something like that. So let me look into that.
Great, thank you. Now, the other thing is, in looking at the professional licenses, I certainly see the proliferation of entertainment dancers, but very few bartenders. Are bartenders not required to have a professional license? Is that why there's so few on here?
I'm gonna again use my second phone a friend. I've given myself unlimited numbers of those, unlike the game show.
It just was odd in the spreadsheet.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Sergeant Thompson, License and Permits Unit. So bartenders in such like South Fulton, they do have to have a pouring license, but in the city of Atlanta, there is no pouring license for a bartender. So they don't have to have a separate permit or license to work at a consumption on premise location.
So these are just ones that happen to have that.
Those bartenders that you're seeing work at an adult entertainment establishment. So everybody that works at an adult entertainment establishment has to be licensed to work at an adult entertainment establishment. So those just happen to be bartenders that work at an adult entertainment establishment.
Okay. Sure do have a lot of dancers for very few bartenders at our adult entertainment establishments. I can understand it, but it jumps out at you.
Right. They come in every day. We process probably around 20 a day, every day of the week. And a lot of adult entertainment dancers just travel to Atlanta for a weekend, and we'll work a weekend for a special occasion or whatnot, and that's it. So.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Amos.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Got a couple of questions. The first one is dealing with our 911 operators. Do they have access to mental health? And then if they do, is it mandated out there every call that reaches a certain level of trauma, or how do they? Is it just they go when they want to?
So I'm going to take the first part of that, which is this has been and will be an enormous part of our emphasis. The not just here but throughout the whole department, we are looking towards a significant increase in our proactive mental health wellness checks. So next year you will see that go throughout the department. Specifically to E911, we do have EAP, of course, through the city and other APD-specific resources. I'm going to let Director Arnold talk specifically to how it works on, for example, traumatic call, which is, we worry about a lot of things, but that is certainly one of them.
On the traumatic calls, what we normally do is triage live. So once a call taker takes a call, if we know that, for instance, kids are involved or they appear to be have some issues with the call, the supervisors are going to go by and check on the call taker and find out, because there are some things that may trigger one person that may not trigger another person. We will take them off the floor. We will offer them EAP services to include if they need to speak with someone immediately, or if someone needs to come up and speak with them. We also partner with state 911 peer support. So sometimes we have call takers that do not feel comfortable going through the EAP process through the city. So we offer them an opportunity to speak with other 911 operators throughout the state. Not all of their information is completely confidential, but a lot of times that takes away that stigma that they're going to see someone within the city to talk about any mental health issues that they're having or experiencing. And then we work hand in hand with EAP. Anytime we have a major incident, Chief Shearbaum is very phenomenal in actually coming up to E911, just like they go out to the scene to speak with officers when they have something go on. So that's also beneficial to them as well.
Thank you. Moving to the next question. Thank you for recognizing that not all calls are emergencies. As we're talking about standing up new units, is there any conversation about standing up any non-emergency units? We don't need to send a badge and a gun to a traffic accident. We don't need to send one to a mental illness type incident. And having this unit may free up our officers to be on other calls. So is there any conversations in non-emergency units?
Absolutely. This is actually one of my favorite projects in the department right now. So we are very, very close, as in a matter of weeks, to standing up our non-emergency civilian response unit. We're still working on the name, so I won't reveal the working title of the film, so to speak, today. But it will be exactly what you're describing. It's something we have talked a little bit about during budget time, but it is we're going to start with a dozen folks, and think that probably the closest analogy around here are the hero units out on the highways, except APD's version, Atlanta's version, will be civilians who ride around in Ford F-150 pickup trucks. They will have they will not have blue lights. They'll have a different color light. They won't be armed. They'll be in high visibility gear, and they'll be civilians. And we're going to roll this out slowly. We're going to roll it out in a couple zones to first handle traffic accidents. They will also they'll do traffic management. They'll take traffic accident reports under the supervision of a sergeant who will sign off on it. And they will also, over time, as we get this model working, they'll be attached to the zones, but they will be doing non-enforcement, non-police work. So traffic accidents, ultimately also, and this is going to take some time to expand, but they will be trained from the start to do other types of reports. So theft from auto, for example, when there's no perpetrator or suspect nearby, you're simply gathering evidence. They're being trained in gathering evidence of that type, and other types of civilian response calls. So yes, we are very much looking to start that unit up any day now. In addition to that, this is lagging a bit by a few months in the implementation plan sequencing, but we're also standing up a mental health co-responder unit, which is something different, but these will be mental health clinicians who will ride with police officers who will help navigate mental health calls. We're doing a lot of collaborative design work with Grady and a number of other institutions in the metro area to try and figure out how we do this mental health co-response. It's actually reasonably complicated to pull off in a high quality fashion, but some places like Gwinnett and others have done a very nice job at that, and so we're doing that. That's an entirely separate initiative. So we have those two things going on as major new initiatives.
Thank you. Just a couple more things. Code enforcement. Thank you. That's all I got to say about code enforcement. They have, I mean, the work that you have been doing inside of the district with my office, working hand in hand, following up, even had me in court a couple of times, following up on some cases. It has really been shown and recognized by the citizens of District 3. So I just want to say thank you. And as I'm glad to see we're hiring more people, but as we ramp up code enforcement, are we working with our courts to make sure they are ready to take on the additional cases so they don't get stuck in court?
Yes, we certainly are. And in fact, we've had that exact discussion. As we create more packages, as we create more investigations, there is always the risk that that happens. So we are having that collaborative work, and I believe they are adding resources and changing their process to accept the incoming volume, and have been for some time, actually, with the mayor's initiative around problem properties. So I'm not going to say it's perfect, right? Because they have added resources. They'll talk about that, as we add more activity, they need to add more resources. We'll see.
So last but not least, one day you're going to get an email. It's an ongoing problem, and they're going to put it in your lap to solve it. But there's a special detail that we need over in the Vine City, English Avenue area to deal with parking during dome events, and that's going to be on-street parking, as well as off-street parking, illegal parking in residential areas and lots, which is a code enforcement thing. So we're going to be looking for this special group of APD on Sundays and Saturdays. That's going to be the hard part of figuring out, because we got golf carts running around, streets being blocked, traffic everywhere. And we can start with the traffic plan that just should not be renewed and or supported by the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. I say it till they come talk to me. But we need to do something very different during events on the west side of Northside Drive.
I look forward to that conversation.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Amon, for coming to speak with us today. I think I had a few questions on first E911 services. Is my district similar to Councilmember Hiller said about being in the northeast corner? The folks on the Conley Road area, Jonesboro Road area, the far south of my district, when they call in, they're being transferred to a different city, sometimes different county. So if there's anything we could do with the technology to try to fix it in that area, since it's a problem area, similar to what Councilmember Hill said a little earlier.
Yeah, so a couple things. First, it used to be that some time ago that we would give out the 10-digit number. We don't want to do that anymore. We want to give out 911, have them call 911. If they do happen to get the wrong jurisdiction, have them immediately say, please transfer me to Atlanta 911. So that's all they should have to say. They shouldn't have to go into a whole long story about everything. So please do pass that along. We are going to have a major marketing campaign about that. To your specific point, when we implemented our new technology that allows us to get the precise latitude and longitude of a phone, we found that some cell phone companies were passing that data to us electronically, and we were able to pinpoint people, and some other cell phone companies had not turned it on. So we're working with them literally as we speak, and I've been told in the next 2 to 4 weeks, the cell phone companies that have not activated that equipment and software will do so. We're reliant on them to turn that on, because right now there's some cell phone companies that are not sending us that data, which makes it very difficult for us to do anything other than to go with the data they are providing us, which is the old cell tower ping data. So once that all gets through, it should be a ton better.
And I had one more thing with E911 with the delivery. So 2 weeks ago, I actually had to use the services myself, and I want to say I appreciate you for the after we got somebody on the phone. I'll tell you that the swiftness with the ambulance getting there, it was amazing. The person who I talked to on the phone, they took care of us. And so what I was assuming, because the person who I spoke to was amazing. The folks in the hospital, getting there were amazing. What I was assuming is like we need to double up on, or I'll ask you, is there I know we talk about being below the national average, but when I called in myself, me personally, I did not feel that below the national average thing. Right. And so what can we do as a council to help improve so we can feel it? Because
So basically what you're doing, so through the budget, you gave us the resources and the funds to hire, which is what we're doing. We've moved from 40-some vacant positions down, 43, I think, down to 17 vacant positions. We have more than 50 people in background for those 17 positions, so that should allow us to fill all those positions. We will likely come to you at budget time and ask for some more positions because the call volume has gone up, and we'll try and advance that if we can through budget that we have and extra help. But that's the main thing. And then just giving us feedback as we go along. Any time that you all hear of something that doesn't go well, please let us know. We have an extraordinarily good data capture mechanism. So if you tell us an address or a time or a phone number, we want to understand what the problems are so we can figure them out. So thank you for your compliment on behalf of the center, and they do an incredibly hard job, incredibly well.
I feel that the training has to be really good, because to take care of us in those emotional situations is amazing. I was going to add a few more things to this conversation. I'm going to end with lock boxes, so if you could start thinking about it now.
Got it right here.
But I'll end with the lockbox conversation because we got to continue with making our city safer. The next question I was going to ask you was around Mr. Councilmember Amos brought up the non-deputized officers or folks helping out in different areas. You said that you've already looked at zones. How are you choosing the zones in which they will help out in?
So ultimately, it's going to be all zones. So it's very much all zones. It's just for the first dozen that we're trying to figure out which zones have like the most auto accidents, right? Because the first thing that we're going to train them on, we want to have this in a sort of controlled growth manner. So they're going to do auto accidents and traffic first. And then expand out to other types. So the places where we have, for example, the most auto issues are downtown. So that may very well be one of our pilot zones. But no, they'll be everywhere, ultimately. We want this civilian responder group to be able to take as much workload off the shoulders of the officers as possible, and to do as wide a variety of support and activity, as I said, whether it's traffic management, traffic accident reports, other types of reports like theft from auto, collection of evidence, all under the supervision, obviously, of the zone and a sworn officer. But I do believe there's a lot, when you look through our calls for service, there's a lot of those types of things you don't need an armed response for. Now, I will say these individuals will have a police radio. They will have a police radio tuned to their zone. So if they need help, they can get help extraordinarily quickly.
Okay, and I would like for you to look into different ways of choosing the zones, because I've met folks and I know people that don't call the police officers for auto accidents. They literally just get each other's phone numbers and they try to handle it without the police being involved. So if possible, my community is a community that actually does that a lot. Lastly, the gun lock boxes. I want to know where we are on gun lock boxes. I know that's something that this council passed and first council meeting this year. And so I'm just wondering, where are we on lock boxes and how can we get them out to the people?
Yeah, so I did go over this briefly, but let me go back through the dates. So I think maybe the legislation towards the beginning of the year may have been to apply for a grant. We were awarded the grant. We accepted the grant was awarded on June 8th, 2023. The legislation to accept the funds was passed on 8/30/23, and funds have become available. So we have the funds available now. We had a set of lock boxes and we were able to buy 622 lock boxes as part of this grant of $77,000. Unfortunately, the lock boxes we were going to purchase were recalled by the manufacturer, which has thrown just a small wrench in things. We now have to select a new type or types of lock boxes. So we're doing that right now, and my hope is in a few months we should, like a couple months just because of the holidays, we should be able to get these things in. I'm annoyed that it has taken this long, frankly, but there's a series of processes that we have to go through to accept the grant and spend the grant and procure do the procurement thing.
No, I appreciate you. And lastly, I wanted to, two more things. Thank you to code enforcement for the work that you're doing in District 12. Metropolitan and Cleveland Avenue are looking, you're doing everything you're supposed to. I think that the way that we increase with code enforcement in District 12 is by hiring more code enforcement officers and increasing what they can do capacity-wise. I appreciate you for cleaning up, and y'all just, the building on the corner of Cleveland Avenue and Metropolitan, it was a drug haven. And I want to say I appreciate you for finally taking care of that building. Lastly, Mr. Amon, I wanted to talk to you about the ability for when you say the clubs and stuff that we have operating out of out of license. Me, myself, I've called, we have email chains in which we're talking about specific clubs in our district. One of them, I sent you the flyer for the party that night. If not you, we sent it to make sure they went out. This is a illegal club. They send out a flyer Friday, flyer Saturday, flyer Thursday. They're still allowed to be open and maintain and it's on Metropolitan Parkway, across the street from the police precinct, Zone 3 police precinct. So what do I have to do or what can we do?
Right. So, first of all, thank you, and as I've said, please keep it up. It is very helpful. Right now, what we need to do, and it's something that we're working on, is assign more officers to that unit. They also draw on the zones for officers as well when they do enforcement actions. Right now, it's just as you know, we're short officers, and so you can't just roll up and sort of shut somebody down without evidence, right? You have to go through a particular investigative process where you gather evidence and you're then able to make the appropriate arrests and levy the appropriate charges. So all of that does take a certain amount of work. So just the number of illegal establishments that you can tackle is limited with the resources we have. But if just give me a call and we can go through it and try and work on it.
And that's the part that I'm trying to figure out, because you and I can go this Saturday and we can watch them have a party in front of us. And I can say, I can send you the flyer before the party happens. I can stand outside with you. What can I do? Because they're telling me, like, Councilman, I'm getting pictures from neighbors, and this is a tire shop. This ain't even a club. This is a tire shop that turns into a club and gambling hall and everything in the world.
That is creative, but not legal.
It's a tire shop.
Right.
So we can stand outside. We can watch them drive past us to go inside the club. And I'm asking, how can I work a little harder to get what my community wants?
Let me have the sergeant provide depth to my answer. So how can the council members help with these establishments that don't have the proper licenses, and just beyond just passing the information on to us, maybe talk a little bit about what we have to do to enforce and anything they can do to help?
So when we get a complaint, we have to prioritize things, of course, with our limited staffing. A lot of weekends we'll have details set up or whatnot. But just to, when a complaint comes in about a club that's operating illegally, we try to send undercover officers in to buy alcohol just to make sure that alcohol is being sold illegally, so that we can make the appropriate charges. And when you do that, of course, we do have to draw from other zones, as Mr. Raymond pointed out. So we have to draw from other zones to make sure and then you have the problem with various details that don't involve us going on around the city, and those are the officers we need, But once we get officers, we do try to do undercover details to go in and buy alcohol, just so that we can make the appropriate charges. And so it's not a situation where we roll up and say, hey, y'all can't be out here, and then the next night they're out there again. Because, to get the correct enforcement and make an impact by putting people in jail or taking their alcohol, then we have to go about the investigation in the correct manner.
And I want to say I appreciate you, but I went through my email just to see how often I've been fighting this. And so I know I've been sending emails since at least August 1st, 2022 on it. And so my goal is to see, I got on one block where I got all of the police officers that serve our district are driving down this one street to get to and from the police precinct. And so they're riding past one gas station that's selling liquor and one club that's a car tire shop that turned into a club. And so my hope is that we can do something to stop these two that the police are riding past all day. And thank you.
Okay, yes, I'll follow up with you.
Councilmember Waits.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Amon, thank you so much for the report. I apologize for missing a lot of it. We have a number of unhoused constituents in the city of Atlanta, and we're trying to get resources to them. I'm reaching out because I received a phone call from one of our NPU presidents indicating that she had concerns with Zone 4, the police precinct. And she indicated that apparently during Mayor Reed's tenure, there was an effort to make it larger, to take it all the way out to Camp Creek Parkway, that corridor. And the concern is that it did not include additional officers for that area. And so, one, can you confirm that Zone 4 is in fact the largest precinct in the city of Atlanta?
So that I can't comment upon just off the top of my head in terms of square mileage, but I can get you that, or square acres. I can get you that information. I can say we're short everywhere on officers. I mean, we're authorized at just over 2,000 officers, and we're just over 1,600. So we are short everywhere in terms of officers, and certainly are trying our hardest to recruit and retain.
Well, given the large span or mileage that's included in that area, my concern is that that particular zone may be overextended, given the challenges that they have as it relates to staffing per square mile. I think something to that effect. And lastly, I want to go back to a comment that Councilmember Lewis referenced regarding illegal clubs. One of the phone calls I also received from a number of establishments that sell alcohol or bars is that they're having to compete with illegal nightclubs that operate after hours, who do not pay the licensing fees and who are not subject to the same compliance requirements. So I'd like to also work with you regarding how we handle these particular facilities. And when I asked for the addresses and for the names of the locations, these individuals were fearful of retaliation from these entities. And so I think it's important for those that we hold to a standard in terms of being licensed and compliant, that we also aggressively go after those institutions that operate illegally. In fact, Mothers Against Drunk Driving appeared to give opposition to my desire to take a look at increasing the bar hours. And so my feeling is that if these individuals are selling alcohol all hours of the night, then certainly the opportunity for individuals to be served without any type of regulations is a concern.
So I completely agree. It's not legal, it's not appropriate, and it's not fair. And not fair to the citizens, not fair to those who have gone through the process to get a license and to follow the rules. So really, this is why we need to put more officers on enforcement duty, because we also do want to make sure we're following the law, and as the sergeant said, have the appropriate investigative material and results that we can go all the way through the judicial process and that people can be held to account. So 100% agree. So we very much do want to crack down on those folks who are not following the process and rules. And further, I'll say, just because this is a theme, let me get with the team and think about other things that council members might be able to do to cut down on this activity.
Terrific. Final thought, Mr. Chair. I also want to take this opportunity, given that this will be my final and last public safety meeting, as I was not restored to the committee in 2024. I want to thank each of you for your professionalism. The 911 area, I know there were challenges with respect to late call volumes, and I apologize for missing your reports. I know that, Director, I work with you often, but I have seen some tremendous strides. I know about the complaints, I've received some as well, but in terms of where we were when I began in January of 2022, I think that we have made tremendous changes throughout the city, which will keep our city safe. And so I am grateful to have partnered with you and to do the heavy lift in terms of taking the complaints as well as turning lemons into lemonade. And so I'm grateful, in addition to the code enforcement team. I know you guys get hit on both sides of the conversation, but I am appreciative of all the work that the men and women that serve with the Atlanta Police Department, including Chief Shearbaum. And so it's been a pleasure to work with each of you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments, and on behalf of the department, thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Heyman, for your very detailed and thorough report. Just a couple of follow-up questions on things that some of my colleagues raised. One, I know that we have a park patrol that has been very, very successful with APD. Has that model been thought about or considered applying in some of these, being applied to some of these other areas where we might be short, like license and permit, that perhaps we can hire off-duty APD officers to kind of go out and inspect and follow up on some of these issues?
So I'll take that back and look at it. We do authorize already overtime for officers. There are certain specialized skill sets that are required for certain types of investigative activity. But let me take that back and think about it. We certainly need to find some creative techniques to expand the sort of the pool of the workforce. So let me look at that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, even recapturing some of those who are retired that could come back and aid in some of the inspections, because even though we're always trying to support that unit, historically it's always been small. It's never been large enough to deal with regulating the existing businesses, let alone the bottle houses and pop-up clubs that emanate in our community. And then in the way of the Park Patrol, I know there have been some incidences in Willis Mill Park and in Cook Park recently. I know that they handle, I think it's what's deemed as the top 20 parks, but I'm just going to ask you if you could look at expanding it some to those two parks in particular, particularly Cook Park, which, to my understanding, Councilmember Amos, I don't see him on the floor at the moment, but hasn't really had a lot of incidences. It's been a long time of goodwill feeling, in and surrounding that facility, but we don't want it to go the other way. We want to make sure that we've got people there. So if you could consider that.
I will take that back to the chief and to the Parks Commissioner, and we'll have those discussions.
Okay, thank you. And then getting back to 911, is very exciting to see the improvements in 911. How many, but I think I missed it, how many 911 calls on average are there daily in the city of Atlanta?
Okay, so there's 20,000 a week. How many in a day? 3,000 in a day. I should have been able to do that math. Yeah, over a million. We're just around 1,000,004 calls in a year. It's a tremendous call volume.
Right. Well, that would seem to be proof of the need of the service.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. I just wanted that on the record.
Yes, thank you.
All right, I withdraw, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for what you do in the public safety space. It often doesn't get enough credit, particularly with issues going on around the country in the last few years. But we know that it is a sometimes thankless occupation, that always, people who work in it who do good and perform well don't often get the credit that they deserve. So just wanted to be on the record and say we appreciate you and thank you for the job that you're doing.
On behalf of the department, thank you.
All right, we're going back around, but just ask that you keep
Just
it
real
brief,
quickly,
because we have
I'm
two more
gonna-
presentations to get through.
Yes, I'm going to be meeting with CFO Bala at 9:30 on December 18th. So if someone from your shop would like to be there, it is on alcohol licensing.
Okay. I'm sorry, could you give me that date again? December
18th.
18th. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
And I just want to make sure I'm specific, because every day I get an email under this thread called "Still No Action in a City We Want to Be Safer." And the last email I received was a flyer of and I wanted to be, because sometimes people, when you say stuff is next door to each other, they don't really get it. And so the address for this location is 2149. And it's literally a 2-minute walk to the Zone 3 police precinct.
Right.
And a less than 1 minute drive, because the Zone 3 police precinct is located at, I don't want to give the wrong address. I'm trying to Google it right now. It's literally like three down. And so I'm asking for support, because that means that officers are riding past this. And so the issue I'm having is that we have one club that I called you about 2 weeks ago on the same exact block, Lacora. I was there 2 days ago. I have never had an issue at that particular club, me personally. I don't see stuff happening there. We have a club that's operating without a license less than 2 blocks away, LaCroix is paying police officers, they're paying sheriff's officers, they're doing everything to be as secure as possible. They have folks walking around the parking lot all night so things won't get stolen out of your car. So my hope and I'm wondering, what do we have to do, or why is one club that's on the same block that's operating in code being targeted, while the other one that doesn't open until 3 a.m.? It opens at 3 a.m. and it goes until. Why are police officers riding past that?
What, Sergeant, would you like to add to that?
It opens at 3 a.m., by the way. This flyer that we sent out the night that we went out there, that it was open, it opens at 3 a.m. And it's 2 doors down. The only thing between this club and the police precinct is a church.
Okay, so I do have some information. I'm not comfortable sharing it, but I can call you afterwards.
Well, we need some help because the church, it's Saturday night. I'm going to make sure folks know the club opens up at 3 a.m. It closes. The church is open when they're going home.
Yeah, and there have been actions taken, so I can share with you what those have been.
2 years now, I've been in office. It's halftime, so I think going into my next year, I know for sure the people in my district that are riding past this club every night, going to church in the morning, they're having real issues. So I appreciate you.
Councilmember Waits.
Thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Chairman, this is the final public safety meeting for the year, and so that's the only reason why I'm asking. I'm concerned about taxation without representation. I have received calls again from the adult entertainment industry indicating they are not able to hire off-duty police officers. And I was told on multiple occasions as I withdrew my legislation, which addressed this matter, that they could in fact hire off-duty Atlanta police officers for adult entertainment facilities. And I'm very clear that a lot of people have strong feelings surrounding this conversation, but the reality is that they are also compliant. They have a licensing fee and a process that they have to follow. And so the fact that each time they call and try to hire an off-duty APD officer, they are being told that they cannot is troubling to me. So I wanted to clarify again for the record, what is the answer to that question?
Good afternoon, Deputy Chief Timothy Peake, Atlanta Police Department. So at this particular point, our policy does not allow Atlanta police officers to work for adult entertainment clubs within the city of Atlanta. It's been a conversation that we have had. We've had conversation, legal as well as best policies across the country, and trying to make the best decision that we can make to ensure that we can create an area or an atmosphere of safety in those areas. But currently, the policy stands the same to where we are not putting police officers at those locations.
Okay, thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, CAO Amon, for the presentation and answering all these questions. Appreciate it.
Great, thank you very much.
Next up, we have the Department of Law's quarterly update. City Attorney Nina Hicks.
The Shibum stood right there. Shibum stood right there and told me that they could. I heard him say it, and I wrote it down, and I withdrew my legislation based upon that information. And I think that is despicable because if anything, I'm not. That's frustrating me. This is what we paid. We didn't get an invoice. And they never sent it. It makes us incompetent because I share this information.
Please proceed. City Attorney
Good
Hicks, thank you
afternoon.
for joining us.
Good afternoon, members of the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. I'm Nina Hickson, City Attorney for the City of Atlanta, and it's my honor to present to you our quarterly report, which covers the first quarter of fiscal year 24, that date being July 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2023. In the interest of time, we will move very rapidly. But for those who want the complete report, please feel free to reach out to us at lawdepartment@atlantaga.gov. We'll be glad to send you an electronic copy of our report. I will just focus on the first section, which contains our team members' accomplishments and some of the metrics. And then I wanted you to meet our litigation team. They are all here. Have been here throughout the meeting, so I really want you to have an opportunity to meet with them and to hear from them. So on this page, we're featuring Attorney Vivica Brown for her participation in the IMLA, or International Municipal Lawyers Association Annual Conference, as a moderator and presenter. Also, Attorney Jesse Dagan, who also had the privilege to attend that particular meeting. The next slide features Attorney Jeff Norman, who attended the 39th Annual American Association of Airport Executives Airport Law Workshop. And then Attorney Ryan Aubrey Hanna, who also attended that workshop representing the city of Atlanta. Next page, Attorney Stephanie Grant, who was a presenter at the 2023 Intelligent City Summit in Toronto, Canada, and her team member, Kit Jane, who presented at the MPU University Civic Academy presentation. Next slide, again, Attorney Vivica Brown, who attended the Airport Council International Annual Conference and was a panelist there. And then Sandra Stevens, who is a corporate legislative analyst and was received a complimentary ability to participate with the Georgia Association of Paralegals conference based on her continued excellent work on behalf of the city. If you go to page or slide 9, the litigation department, and they will be featured later to give you more details. But during the first quarter of fiscal year 24, they have handled, or at least had, 1,358 open matters. 1,035 are being handled in-house, with 209 being outsourced. We were able to close 86 matters during that first quarter. However, we did receive 97 new complaints during that time that we've handled. Slide 10, the contracts team of the Business Services Division. They have handled a total of 483 matters during this first quarter, with the largest user being the Department of Enterprise Assets Management, coming in second, grants. Department of Procurement is also a heavy user in this department, having had some 321 contacts with our office during that first quarter. Going to the next slide, the real estate team of Business Services handled a total of 475 matters during this first quarter, to include some 48 legal opinions, 39 leases, 75 legislative reviews among the work that they've done. If you move to slide 12, the municipal governance team has had a matter of some 371 matters during this first quarter, a large number of them being client meetings, with the largest user agency being public safety, meaning police, fire, and corrections. I would also point out they've also handled 100 garnishments during that time, 47 pieces of legislation, 51 items of legal research, 22 IGAs, MOUs, or other agreements outside of contracts that they prepared during that first quarter. Slides 14, 15, and 16 relate to our labor and employment team and the various areas in which they have provided support. Moving to slide 17, watershed. During that time, we have broken it down into the work they've done on behalf of sustainability, which has included helping with the application for $251 million in grant funding, and providing advice and counsel as well as legislative support. Slide 18, watershed and related boards. We have staffed some 21 water sewer appeals board meetings, as well as riparian technical meetings. Also, again, we've had some 102 stormwater matters that we've handled during that time, in addition to 23 drinking water matters during the first quarter of fiscal year 24. If We can move to slide 21. That's the Transportation, Public Works, and SAVE team. They have handled some 106 legislative matters. Again, a large user being the Department of Transportation as well as Public Works. They've engaged in 15 trainings, several client meetings, and they have staffed between approximately 10 city councils as well as committee meetings during that first quarter. Slide 22, the airport team has handled some 1,159 matters. 203 of them have involved the drafting and review of contracts. Of course, several hundred meetings, some 67 legislative matters, and 58 litigation matters for which they have provided support. And they have staffed some 33 city council committee and regular meetings. If we move to slide 23, where we talk about revenue recovery, and this does not account for taxes and other items that are collected through the tax commissioner, but in terms of overdue or delinquent taxes, solid waste fees and others, during the first quarter, we have filed for some 398,000 and we have collected 182,000 during that first quarter. Slide 26, in terms of claims, at the beginning of the quarter, we had some 853 pending claims. During that quarter, 298 were filed, 220 were resolved. Next slide, in terms of litigation, we've had litigation which demanded some $5.3 million. We ended up paying $2.3 million, with a large percentage of that being related to injuries sustained in a matter involving a police case. I believe you all will recall my discussing the Favors case with you, where we had some innocent bystanders who ended up having limbs amputated as a result of accidents resulting from a police chase. We've also had a number of other motor vehicle accidents that account for the numbers in the litigation demands and payouts. Under claims, we have had a demand in the first quarter. The demands totaled some $8 million. We paid $257,000, with majority of them being auto accidents and 2 large sewer backup claims, as well as a claim related to the incident that occurred. Fulton County filed a claim with us related to the incident back when the Wendy's was burned, and some assistance that they had to provide us in that regard. If you go to slide 29, where we talk about our outside counsel spending, the first quarter saw an increase of 14%. While we were down in aviation 3%, we were up some 49% as relates to watershed, and that particular matter had to do with the stipulated penalties demand made by the EPA related to some work that was done, and let me get the notes off of that, let me get this, Hortense Place. There was some work that was being done, 775 Hortense Place Northwest, to construct a pedestrian trail. It was being done by, and a bridge over Proctor Creek. It's being done by the Parks Department, but there was a failure to get prior approval from EPA and EPD, which was required under our consent order. We immediately self-reported, and initially EPD wanted us to tear down the work that had been done. We were able to, through negotiations, be allowed to for that work to remain, but we're still in the process of negotiating and trying to not have to pay the $400,000 fine that they wish to assess against the city. So we're still working on that, but that's a lot of the money that went toward outside council spending, as well as EPD has issued new draft combined sewer overflow control facilities permit and requirements, which we are currently working through. So at this time, what I'd like to do is present Calvin Blackburn, who leads our litigation department. He is an Atlanta native, attended Douglas High School, Dartmouth College, and Vanderbilt University, and leads a very able group of lawyers as well as support staff, and they're all here.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson. To Chair Hillis and distinguished members of the committee, I'm Calvin Blackburn, and under the leadership of City Attorney Nina Hickson and Deputy City Attorney Sharon Hamilton Broach, I'm honored to serve as the Division Chief for the Department of Law's Litigation Division. And with the committee's indulgence, I wanted to introduce the team that we brought down today. They've been sitting patiently, and I thought it made sense for you all to know the wonderful staff and professionals we have that provide support to the city of Atlanta and its concerns every day. I'll start with, is my presentation not up? I think I jumped on ahead. Well, maybe while it's coming up, I'll just go ahead and introduce our Deputy City Attorney again, Sharon Hamilton Broach. You can throw your hand up. Of course, you know Ms. Hickson. City Attorney Stacey Miller, I believe, is out at a deposition or mediation. Joshua Foster, is he here? Joshua Foster. Other attorneys are Joel Callens, Robert Steinberg, Tracy Hackett, Jaquita Parks, Hermes Pierre, Mohammed Peter Nielsen, Dominique Smiley, one of our newer attorneys, Dominique Smiley, Connor Crum, and also on our support staff, probably the most important part of our division, you can throw your hands up, Natasha Murphy, Charletta Cartledge, Dorinda Thurman, Jaleesa Miller, Valerie Godfrey, Elizabeth Young, and my own assistant, Consuela Connie Benson, probably UGA's most ardent supporter. So this here is the team. I wasn't done yet. I was about to turn. And I was given some time for the presentation to come. Oh, here it comes. And I want to take a moment. I left her out on purpose, but I wanted to have her stand up. Alicia Williams, will you stand up for a second? Chair Hillis, I looked at a stat just before I came down from the Federal Labor Statistics Bureau. It indicated that most folks work for a job, the median number is 4.1 years, I guess. Most people have tenure in a job. So this makes Ms. Williams' accomplishment even more stark when you think about it. Alicia Williams has served the Department of Law, the City of Atlanta, for 23 years. And we just wanted to stand her up, recognize her, and give her applause and thanks for her service, 23 years. And we couldn't function without her. Thank you. So you found out who we are. Next slide. So now what do we do in litigation? Well, we really are what our name says. We provide representation to the city, elected officials, and employees in their official capacities in state courts, federal courts, administrative actions, and other governmental tribunals. When the city is sued or its employees in the official capacity are sued, elected officials, we stand ready and we provide a defense. We also, at times when it makes sense, sue on behalf of the city and elected officials. And we'll talk about some of that a little later on our next slide, well, later on in the presentation. So I wanted to give a presentation about what we've accomplished and what we've been doing for the calendar year 2023. And as you can see, for new matters filed, we had 71 for the first quarter, 111 for the second quarter. Can you hear me? 111 for the second quarter, 68 for the third, and 119 for the last quarter. And what I want the committee to understand is this represents the typical flow of cases. In the first quarter, it's generally slow. The plaintiff's lawyers haven't really woken up yet. But by second quarter, we generally get more filings, and that's why you see the peak there. The third quarter, that's summer, and the filings taper off. And towards the end, where we are now, the attorneys are trying to get their cases filed before the year ends. So this represents typically what we would see as far as new matters and new cases being filed in 2023. So let's talk about, next slide, please, our sort of distribution of our currently open cases. And this is how we divide between in-house cases that we handle in-house and cases that we send out to outside counsel. What's important to recognize here is that only 20%, really less than 20% of the cases that we handle are sent to outside counsel. The overwhelming majority of cases, 918 actually for this year, are handled in-house from start to finish by the team you see here. Just wanted to make you aware of that. In instances where we send cases to outside counsel, they're really for specific matters where we don't have the expertise or the personnel in the Department of Law. And those are generally employment cases, Section 1983, environmental matters, flooding, class actions, high-profile, high liability cases, or election matters. And we're very particular and careful about the outside counsel we bring on. But just wanted to make you aware the takeaway for this is that overwhelmingly, almost 80% of cases that come in, we handle in-house with our staff. Next slide. So let's talk about some of the cases in particular, types of cases that we handle. You'll notice to the right, you'll see a large peak for quiet title interpleader cases. And those cases are a specialized type of litigation handled primarily by our own Joe Callens. Did I call him earlier? Joe Callens, who's here. And we'll talk about that later on. Those cases really bring revenue into the city, and they're concerning recapturing monies based on liens that have been placed on properties. But the real meat and potatoes of litigation are the other aspects you see of their bodily injury, civil rights, employment, property damage. And what one should take from this slide is that most of the cases that we handle on a day-to-day basis are bodily injury cases due primarily to motor vehicle accidents involving our fleet. We handle tons of cases involving car wrecks, involving APD, fire department, watershed management, and parks. So this slide gives you a sense of where we spend most of our time as far as providing defense to the city, and it is in the bodily injury area. Next slide. Quiet titles and interpleaders. This again, this is a yeoman's task. There are hundreds of cases we get in every year, and it's primarily, these cases are all handled primarily by Joel Callens and his assistant. And what we do in these cases is we make sure that when people want to quiet title in a home, they first satisfy any liens that have been placed on that property. And those actions are bringing great revenue and benefit to the city. Just this year, we've recovered, I think the slide shows, $839,000 on behalf of the city. So not only are we defending the city, but we take actions that actually bring revenue in. Next slide. In addition to quiet title cases, a lot of the personal injury cases we handle a fair number of employment cases. These are cases where employees claim unfair termination, they've claimed sexual harassment, any number of items, and we have handled a number of those cases successfully. We have 14 currently active employment cases, but have had great results with 2 recently where we won on summary judgment and got complete victories in those matters. So again, the city provides defenses to its departments, to its agencies, not just in typical, trip and falls, but also oftentimes in employment cases, and we are successful in handling those cases. Next slide. Stormwater, sanitary, and sewer litigation. I want to talk about that briefly. This is an area where we really were focused this year on changing our approach and trying to get better results. And what our focus was in this area was we wanted to take more of a proactive role, not waiting until the lawsuit is actually filed, but we intentionally focused on collaborating with the Department of DWM to identify ways to proactively address problematic areas. We've been conducting initial risk assessments, and we've been partnering with outside law firms with particular skill set in this area. This type of litigation is particular, and it requires, for success in this area, we made sure that we brought on law firms with particularized experience and a history of success in this matter. And we've had some real benefits with this. Next slide. What has happened since we took this new approach this year with sewer and water, sanitary sewer litigation, we've gotten favorable settlements for amounts below the value of the claimant's homes. We have also obtained releases and recorded easements and covenants not to sue, and we've been doing so well that we've gotten, in any number of cases, plaintiffs just to completely give up and drop their suits. So again, a change in our tactic and approach has brought benefit to the city in this area. Next slide. And finally, just want to talk about our area of motions practice. This is, for some of you may know, cases take a long time from start to finish. It can be 2 to 3 years before you get to trial. But where we make a lot of our, bring a lot of our benefit sometimes is not only in settling and resolving cases, but winning them through what we call our motions practice. And I want to let you know for 2023, we were successful in getting 16 cases thrown out as summary judgment. That's after you've done discovery and gone through all the work of, of the discovery process. But what's also important to remember is about 6 cases we've gotten dismissed on a motion to dismiss, and that's at the beginning of the case. Again, saving time and money to the city. And I just think this reflects that the department is doing a good job. We're representing the city's interests, and I'm proud to work with this team, and we appreciate your support. And next slide. Any questions this time?
Ladies, any questions on this presentation or Ms. Hickson's presentation? Ms. Hickson, I'll ask a question or two. What is your current vacancy number and rate within the department?
I don't have it specifically. I would, if I had to guess, it's under 10. I mean, it's under 10.
Just give me that and then also break it down
Absolutely.
For attorneys specifically
Absolutely.
as well. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Hickson. My question is about the presentation that was just done, specifically about following up and obtaining the liens. And where do those funds go? Do they go back to the department?
General fund.
Just in the general fund generally?
General fund, generally.
Okay. No, that's what I wanted to know. But just thank you for the presentation. It's very
Absolutely.
thorough.
All right, any other
Only
questions,
an Astro
colleagues?
could do that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our last presentation for the day is Office of the City Solicitor, quarterly update. Solicitor Carter. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Hillis and all members of the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. I'm Raines Carter, City Solicitor. I have with me today Deputy Solicitor Erica Smith, and as always, it's an honor to be able to present before you our quarterly presentation. What we have on our agenda today is a focus on some of our case statistics that we've been asked about. So we're going to go through some of the cases in the areas of 2 courts. One is our high-intensity traffic court. And in that particular court, we're going to talk about the cases from May to the end of October. The second area is going to be our code enforcement court. With regard to that court, we're going to go all the way back to January of 2023 until our present time. And then, of course, we'll give an update on our community outreach activities. The focus of the high-intensity traffic court, which, as you know, was instituted pretty much at the outset of the COVID crisis. As you know, we started getting a lot of incidents of speeding, racing, reckless driving, and the court instituted this particular court, and we started focusing on some of these top types of violations: aggressive driving, fleeing or attempting to elude, reckless stunt driving, which was passed by our state legislature, laying drag, racing, and speeding. And what I'd like to do is take you through some of these slides monthly to show you some of the trends that develop over time. If you take a look at what was going on in May of this year, obviously the overwhelming number of charges are in the areas of speeding. One thing that we have to remember about speeding in the state of Georgia is that anything that's 30 to 31 miles over goes into a specific state law that deals with super speeder. And as you know, with regard to any type of punishment or fine that's imposed at the local level, there is a $200 fine that is also imposed on top of that by the state of Georgia. And the other thing that we have to remember about super speeder is that it definitely goes on a person's driver history as a separate incident to the speeding violation itself. So there's an incident reported as to the speeding, and then there's an incident reported as to super speeder. What you'll find in June is pretty typical of what you saw at the very beginning. But interestingly enough, you may notice that the things start changing. And if you look at reckless driving, you start to see an increase. Now, what I want you to understand is that these cases generally hit the system maybe 3 to 6 weeks after the incident. So what you're seeing is a snapshot of charges that have been made maybe about a month before, and they started hitting the system. But what's interesting is to see how they do during the summer months. Now, when you go into August, you see again that you're still dealing with a lot of speeding. You're still dealing a lot of reckless driving. But also take a look. The racing charges are starting to appear. So as you can see, as a result of what happens during the summertime, we have more and more people that are out racing now. It's still a small percentage, but it was unrecognizable before we got to the month of August. As you go to September, you see that we still have the major categories with regard to speeding and with regard to reckless driving. And then when you go to October, as you can see, there's an overlay where things start changing in terms of fleeing or attempting to elude police, which is a very dangerous undertaking, and of course can lead to serious injury and loss of life. Now, as I go into the totals, what we're looking at is a snapshot of approximately 800 cases. There's 796 cases. 342 of those cases were speeding. So speeding makes up 43% of these types of violations. But second in place was reckless driving, which means that there is quite a bit of danger out in our streets with people driving recklessly. I dare to guess there's not one of you that hasn't had a person to just come around in front of you, or whether the light is green or red, and continue at a high rate of speed. But what is of particular concern is the fleeing or attempting to elude category at 158, which came in at third among the categories of the types of cases that we have. So the people that are actually caught racing on our streets is still very small, but those types of reckless driving activities, in addition to the speeding and the fleeing and eluding, are areas that we really need to have some concern about. When we look at the outcomes of the cases, I know Chairman Hillis asks me about that all the time. We have data as to the outcome of each case. Generally, the outcomes run at a percentage of about 66% in terms of the number of fines that are cases that are fined. But what you have to understand is that when people are charged, they usually have multiple charges. As a result of the plea bargain system, generally it's proceeding on the highest aggravated charge, and the fines are charged generally at a higher rate. And so that's why you might see rates at 66 to 67% in terms of the cases that are fined, because most of these cases, of course, result in guilty pleas through what we call the negotiated plea process. So as we continue drilling down into these types of cases with our high intensity traffic court, we want to make sure that we have for you the outcome on each case: name, date, fine, whether or not the case went to trial, also whether or not we lost the case. Did we not prove the case? So we have spreadsheets that will provide you all of this information. I am happy to announce that this Friday coming up, December 15th, is our official kickoff of our new case management system. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's been, 16 months? But you provided the funding. And so what you will be able to do is not only have to await me bringing this information to you, you'll be able to access the information. So I hope each of you will look forward to that. They're coming on site, they'll be working with us, and then we'll be working with your staffs so that you'll have access to the information and have an ability to look at certain trends. But I did want to point out that I think this is a very good law enforcement tool because it allows us to work with our enforcement partners. Our two major enforcement partners, of course, with regard to these types of violations are Atlanta Police Department and the Georgia State Patrol. So we'll be able to provide feedback and information to them about what is happening to their cases when they come into the court system. And the state is very, very interested in these types of cases that are, of course, of a high and aggravated nature so that we can promote public safety. We don't need to continue with the rate of accidents that we're having because of this aggressive and reckless type of driving. Okay. I'll move now to our code enforcement court. And as I mentioned, with the code enforcement court, we went all the way back to the beginning of the year. And we're going to look at our enforcement areas, the categories that come into our code enforcement court. Of course, our fire code violations, erosion control, business license, our alcohol cases that we've had some discussion of today, zoning, what we call our civil process cases. Of course, those are our housing code cases. Now, there are still a part of the housing code that is criminal as to individuals, but as you and I know, over the past few years, everything has switched over to civil. Whereas years ago, I would come to municipal court and have Raines-Carter housing code violation. You go to court now, guess what? It's Raines-Carter LLC, because everybody has found a way to basically start limiting liability. Of course, cases involving valet, airport, ATL DOT, and the Department of Public Works. If you take a look at what was going on in January of this year, you see the various categories in terms of percentages. Now, I actually have the numbers that I can send to you, and I actually have each particular case outcome for you, but they do have the names of the defendants, the personal names and the names of those entities. But all of those are available to you upon request. I'll make sure you get them. And if you notice that in January, because of the seasonal types of things that take place, even with our civil process, it was down a bit, 19% for that. But interestingly enough, we had about 25% with regard to DPW. And some of the projects that have been started in DPW have really been instrumental in helping to keep our city clean and keep our city safe. Now, if you take a look at February, as you see those cases started hitting the system. And a lot of them involve those properties that have a large number of violations, but you also continue to see some movement in some of the other areas. Pay particular attention to business license because it's seasonal, and you'll see that change as we go along. As we get into March, more and more cases are hitting the system. You see more in terms of the housing code enforcement. And then look at what happens in April. In April, a full load of those cases started hitting the system with some of the multifamily dwellings and those types of things, and had almost 80% in terms of those cases coming in. And you can tell that seasonally, something had changed with the business license cases, which of course deal with some of the issues that Department of Finance have to deal with the seasonal types of notices they give. May, as you can see, we still have over 50% in terms of the violations involving housing code. As we go into June, it started spreading back out a little bit more in terms of the things. And as you can see, business licenses is flourishing a little bit more in terms of the number of cases that come in. Then, of course, July is pretty similar. Let me skip on over August, September, all of that, October. Now, as we get to the totals, as you can see, there's about 39 or 40% in terms of the housing code violations. Just to give you some sense of what these numbers look like from January to October, we're talking about over about 3,100 cases that have hit the system. Interestingly enough, although over 1,100 are housing violations, the second largest area overall was business license, with over 523 cases. So I have to commend the Department of Finance for doing all those things that they did to enforce. And I also have to give thanks to Deputy Solicitor Erica Smith, who really started working with the people in that area to start getting their cases together. The third area in terms of cases is something that we don't talk about that much. And those are the people that work in erosion control over with Mr. Alex Comer. So those people are really out working hard making the cases. Now, in terms of looking at the penalties on these cases, you're generally in the area of 61 to 62% in terms of number of cases with penalty. But what you have to keep in mind is that throughout our whole code enforcement scheme in Atlanta, one of the things that we still have in there is compliance. So a lot of cases are dismissed based on voluntary compliance. As you start whittling down in terms of cases that are not proven or cases that are lost, the percentages become very, very small, generally between 7 to 10%. So I want you to understand that when you see the word dismissal or see the term dismissal, it was part of the process in terms of the code enforcement for that person to comply. When they come into the court and then there's a compliance, that generally leads to dismissal. And we even have it built into our fines, and you can take a look at that in some of our codes, where compliance can make a difference in terms of the fines. So I want you all to understand what those numbers mean, and I have the spreadsheets that you can take a look at to see how those numbers play out in terms of the enforcement. Now, before I get to the community outreach, I want you all to know that we do overall code enforcement. We're also very happy to have been made a part of the mayor's Safe and Secure Housing Initiative. I had promised to send you all packages. I hope those of you that were affected by certain cases have received your packages. If not, I have copies of them here for you today that are pertaining to certain council districts, to the council members that are at large. All of them are available to you with regard to the various stages. What we decided to do is started sending those out individually rather than making the announcements about specific properties in our public presentations, because believe it or not, you know, as you know, some of the defendants are looking at these public presentations and changing their strategy based on what's announced publicly. So we've been working very hard to get these things together. Just to give you some solid numbers to go along with those percentages, our 5 cold cases totaled a number of 53 from January to October. Erosion control, 288. As I mentioned, business license, 523. Our zoning cases, 196. Cases from the airport, 186. ATL DOT 198, and I'm also happy to announce that there's been a lot of activity with the DPW cases, with the dumping cases, and with various violations. Those were almost 330 cases that have come from DPW. So I wanted to make sure that you all had some sense. All of this is available that we can send out to your email accounts to make sure that you see everything that you need to see in terms of disclosure on the outcomes of these cases. I'll now move to our community outreach activities. And as you know, we take this very seriously as part of our commitment and duties to this mayor, to you, and to all of our citizens in the city of Atlanta. Well, we're happy to have gone through our 3rd annual joint law enforcement and prosecutor DUI training. Not only are other law enforcement agencies becoming involved, but we're also having attorneys to basically sign up to be a part of this because they get continuing legal education credit. And so I want to thank Hala Carey and others of the office that have worked strenuously to put this together for the 3rd year running. We also have taken part, as we do each year, in our domestic violence awareness event, working with AVA, with Atlanta Victim Assistance. We featured as our speaker our senior solicitor, Jamekia Davis, this year. We've been working with various events, especially with the Dunbar Elementary School as one of our partners with drug prevention events. And of course, we work with our various colleges and universities, Clark Atlanta, Georgia State University, Emory University, and we are happy to have added as our partner Morris Brown College. Morris Brown College emblem is now part. These are the many events. Many of you have been a part of these events, so I'll just kind of go through them quickly because you've been a part of them, and we appreciate the opportunities that you give us to be a part of your events. I want to give thanks to Councilmember Andrea Boone, Councilmember Michael Bond, and our newest partner, Councilmember Antonio Lewis, for allowing us to be a part of their ongoing distributions and food drives throughout the city. And there are our partners, and there it is, Morris Brown College is added. And with that, that is the conclusion of the presentation. And of course, I'm available for the questions that you have.
Thank you, Solicitor Carter. Colleagues, if you have any questions, please indicate with your speaker button. Councilmember Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Carter, for your very thorough presentation. And my first question goes back to the code enforcement. I'm very concerned about, when seniors end up in housing code court. Can you elaborate on, because most of them are on fixed incomes, they don't readily have available to them the resources to repair and maintain their houses up to code. Can you expound on how what happens to a senior when they end up in front of you with your office and interacting with your staff?
Thank you. That's a very good question. When we go through the legal analysis that needs to take place once the information has been forwarded us from the agencies, we immediately do an assessment of what is going on with the defendant, especially since compliance is written into our code. So as you all may be aware, for the past few years, we have been working with other city agencies and outside agencies to develop programs to help us in the areas of people that have disabilities, people that are elderly, and veterans. And it's been called our DEV program. We've had some challenges some years with funding. We had a specific grant that we had with Department of Housing when it was under Department of Planning that dealt with roof repair for the elderly. Well, that funding is no longer there. So we are interested in reaching out to partners. We have also partnered with Habitat for Humanity and others in the past to help our elderly. But to specifically answer your question, we are not interested in finding people that don't have the means, especially individuals, of course, that don't have the means to assess that. So we work with our elderly, people with specific disabilities, and our veterans whom we all honor with programs, alternative sentencing programs. Our judge has been very, very supportive of us doing that.
That's good to hear. And as I close, I do want to thank your office for assisting us, particularly every Wednesday for the last 3 years with our HelloFresh food distribution. We have crossed the 3 million pounds of food mark, and it is in no small part to Hala Carey and the staff that you allow to come and help us on every Wednesday to do that. So we deeply appreciate you guys and want to continue to do more with your office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. First and foremost, thank you as well. I did get the package. I was surprised to get it, but it was very detailed and very helpful as well. And we still need to have a conversation about Magnolia Park, but it's going.
Okay.
And then also the next steps of, how can I forget the address, but our favorite property on Boone and Chapel.
1425?
That's it. That's it.
Yes, sir.
And then, of course, the 2001 Chicago as well. So,
Okay.
but both of those, I think all three of those was in the package. So thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Councilmember Waits.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the report. Wanted to know if there was an opportunity to utilize individuals for community service projects to assist with cleaning up our parks in various areas of the cities that may be the city that is an eyesore. And finally, we recently had a dumping case in District 12. Well, actually, right up here, the elementary school. Are you familiar with the one that I'm speaking of? There were 204 tires that were dumped right up the road here. Wanted to know if you had any recommendations for how we deal with those, given that it's happened intermittently. And so possibly, I don't know if it's camera enforcement or what we can do for that. Those were the two areas of concern.
Well, to answer the first part of your question, the court does have alternative sentencing programs that involve community service. Chief Judge Portis and Judge Graves both work with that program. We are working hand in hand with them in terms of providing people to be assigned to do those types of things. At this point, I don't have any problem with you sending the request to me, and then I'll make sure I get with the judges and we do this. Now, I'm not familiar with the specific case in District 12, but you've just made me familiar and we're gonna jump on it. I will say this, since the beginning of the year, we have been working with Commissioner Wiggins and the Department of Public Works to not only deal with the camera surveillance program that we have, but to also utilize members of his SWEET team and other investigators that are there so that we can look into these matters. Oftentimes, as you may know, people will leave some evidence, some piece of paper or some other form of evidence. So these are things that can be developed with him. I'd love to discuss this with you offline so that we can assist him in those things he needs to do in the investigative stage. And then that evidence will be turned over to us and we will do our best to have a successful prosecution to stop the specific incident, but even more than that, to send a message that we really don't want anybody coming into this city dumping, because oftentimes we have found in the past through our investigation that it's coming in from outside areas, and that it shouldn't be tolerated.
And we appreciate it. I wanted to clarify, I mentioned 12 because there are historical challenges in 12 with dumping, and we can talk offline, but this is actually the International Elementary School that's right up the road here.
Okay.
I guess that's Memorial Drive for clarity.
Memorial Drive,
And
okay.
the call, and I'll get this information to you as well, Ms. Smith, came from State Representative Dewey McClain. They were in
Okay.
special session, and the administrator or the principal of the school reached out to the state and wanted some assistance. So in fact, I think Chief Peak was involved in that as well, but there were 204 tires, and my thought is that's probably coming from some type of commercial business.
Yes.
I don't believe that this is an actual individual doing this, and so it would be great if we could possibly put something together. And lastly, Councilmember Bond talked about seniors in terms of code enforcement violations and in needing assistance. I've also noticed that there seems to be, in my opinion, a high level of enforcement in communities where they connect or touch the belt line. And I'm wondering, is that, possibly selective enforcement or developers possibly targeting these individuals? And so my hope is that we can be sensitive to individuals who are on fixed incomes and possibly provide some other avenues and vehicles, as you guys have already talked about through Habitat for Humanity, and possibly even utilizing some funds. I'm happy to look at whatever discretionary funding that I have access to put some funds toward assisting seniors who are on fixed incomes who find themselves in a situation where they have violated the code.
Well, thank you for that question, because there's a link between targeting efforts and commercial harassment, which is enforced through our office. As you may know, we actually have a hotline and an email for people that are constantly harassed by the number of flyers, the number of calls, people coming on properties, taking pictures and those types of things. We take that very seriously. And so when we get cases in and go through our factual and legal analysis with regard to what's going on with that defendant, we are very sensitive to whether or not that may be a person that's elderly, a person of limited means, fixed income, and that ties in our decision whether or not to move forward with a prosecution or to basically have that person to work with us to find out how did this whole thing come about. A lot of times it starts with the harassment. People, of course, now are getting access to your cell phones, you're getting text messages, you're getting calls, you're getting visits, so it's something that we take very seriously. I'll send it to you. Yes, and it's also on our website, the solicitor's website. But I'll make sure I just send it to everyone. Send it to everyone. Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
Solicitor, I want to say thank you so much and your team for the work that you've been doing in the city, to the transformation, the work you're doing at the courts, to see the programs and the initiatives. You're not just locking up kids and throwing them away. You're not locking up young people, not just kids, not locking up people in the city and just throwing them away. And so I want to say I appreciate you for your work, and I appreciate your staff for coming out to help out at our food giveaways and the other work that you've been doing in the city. I think my question today was, how can we help you grow as an office, and how can we make your job as effective and efficient as possible as a council?
Well, one thing that you have already done, and that was the approval of the case management system. The official kickoff is this Friday, December 15th, and that's going to allow us to process these cases more efficiently. A lot of these things that we're doing manually with the spreadsheets that I keep promising you and those types of things, we have them, but it's just a whole gob of information. The case management system is going to have it to make sense. The other thing is that we want you all to remain sensitive to our needs, because as you have just heard, with the ramping up of employees and code enforcement, now we finally have over 20 code enforcement officers. We are going to be coming to you during the budgetary process to start looking at staffing in the area of code enforcement. You know, there's specific programs, of course, that have funds attached to it, but if the overall number of cases increase, obviously we're going to have to take a look at that, and we want to make sure we do it efficiently.
And I'm always looking at ways in which we can improve Atlanta, and I've been doing a little reading and research about the courts and municipal court and the city court and the differences between the two, which I'm And so the city of Atlanta, we were granted a special right in the state of Georgia because we are a special city to have a city court, and at one point we had a city court and a municipal court. We're currently operating just municipal court.
That's correct. Back in 2005, the City Court of Atlanta, which was a trial court, a jury trial court, was basically legislatively abolished. I will tell you this, and you bring this up at a very good time. There have been some inquiries and discussions about how we can look at that whole process again. I have some information that I'll be sharing with our city officials about it. And I also want you to know that we have been working very closely with Solicitor General Keith Gamage and District Attorney Fonnie Willis to look at ways that we can cross-swear and work together on cases. One of my assistant solicitors just went over to the district attorney's office starting last week, and we're going to be working on cases in the areas of mental competency. We're going to be working on projects with that. So we're having some meetings among the prosecutors, after which we want to be able to come with some recommendations about how we can have the whole system to work together efficiently, because you know it is segmented, it is according to jurisdictions and authorities, but what does that mean to our citizens when something happens? They want to see a smooth transition, a process all the way through the system, and so that's what we've been talking about.
And I think I want to stay there because I know you said trying to come up with the funding to pay for our increase in code enforcement officers, and just to pay for the services of the city of Atlanta. And we always talk about how do we come up with this funding without increasing taxes, and we know we can't get it from the airport because everything is constrained at the airport. And so I've been looking at 2005 and saw that the second biggest way that this city was actually bringing in funding was the city court. And so as we look into, I know our city's doing the best financially we've ever done in the history of our life, we can see the rocky times coming ahead. And so what do you think of, as we look at programs and we hear from people, we hear from different attorneys about the court system and the bottlenecks that may exist between the different departments, right?
Correct.
And so how do you think, well, not how do you, I'll ask that question after this. When the city court was here, we could host trials here, or?
Yes.
And now that we have municipal court, we can't host trials by jury here?
That's correct.
But when we had city court, we could, and that's how we was able to bring in $33 million a year?
Yes.
And so I want to know if you can add this to your studies as you look forward. How much can you project, how much funding the city of Atlanta would bring in if we just did what we always have done, right? When we do what we always have done. And so if you can add that to the study if possible. And do you have an opinion on, as a person who's from this city, worked so long in this city to do the things you're doing now and then move it forward, do you think that if we were to bring back our city court, that the court system would run smoothly?
What we were able to do with the previous court processes, there were two different processes. There was a city court of Atlanta that could conduct jury trials, but there was also a process where the municipal court did all the preliminary hearings on any case made in the city of Atlanta. I know that Councilmember Bond is familiar with it because, if I'm not mistaken, you may have been a corrections officer back at that time.
I did
And what happened is that as those cases came into the system, we were able to basically do a filtering process. There were many cases that when they came in the city, that's where they stayed. And of course, there was some revenue impact that took place. Obviously, there's some expense impact that takes place with that because you're dealing with more cases. But in terms of a financial analysis of it, there is some historical data that we can take a look at. And I think you must have seen something. I think you have.
I feel super good because of the city that we live in, the times that we went through before. We think about our parking, which we gave away in 2008. I mean, which we leased out in 2008. And you think about our court system, which we crushed into, which we legislatively dissolved, but the court's still here in 2005. And I see a $33 million just funding just from the court. And it was a guaranteed, we get $10 million a year from the parking. And so those two by itself, most major cities that look like Atlanta have their own court and run their own parking systems. And so I'm looking at New York, I'm looking at these cities, that Chicago, the cities that we're competing with, they do these two things. And so this is $40 million in 2005 that we were bringing in for just managing our own stuff. And we having complaints from the county about bounding cases over. And I'm watching our judges work their butts off down there. When I go down there to the city court, I ain't seen no judges not being at work. I'm seeing them having caseloads so long that that the 8 a.m. shift is pushing the 10 a.m. shift to where it doesn't start until 12. And so that's what I'm seeing. And so if we can increase that funding, I can see other things happening. And so I would love if you can add that to it, just to add something else to this council to look at. Thank you, and I appreciate you, Chair.
Councilmember Waits.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to take a moment again. This is the last public safety meeting that I will be a part of, as I will not be on the committee next year. I wanted to express my gratitude to work with both of you. There was a nightclub here in Atlanta that had presented many challenges, and it was wonderful to work with each of you to aid in possibly getting them closed down for good. And the last piece is the high-intensity traffic court. Given the challenges that's been associated to Ms. Erica Pines, a former City of Atlanta employee, this is work that's extremely important to her as well as throughout the entire City of Atlanta. And so just wanted to express gratitude and appreciation for working with each of you, for the diligence that you all have in terms of responding and follow-up. I am grateful for that opportunity, and it's my belief, given this particular court measure, that it will in fact save lives and possibly aid in apprehending a number of individuals who possibly may be creating other challenges in terms of criminal activity throughout our city. So thank you again for the work you do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
And I just want to reiterate one more thing I was thinking about. This morning, Shannon Stillwell of the YSL trial was stabbed in Fulton County. He was stabbed in there. We've heard about all the, imagine the people that are watching him. He's being transferred back and forth every single day. He's in ICU. And so I'm thinking about Fulton County. I know our sheriffs are doing everything he can because it's been going on before him. So that court, when it was open, we used to not have to send so many people to Fulton County. It was handled right here in the city of Atlanta. And Councilmember Bond just reminded me of that. And so when we think about the things that's going on at Fulton County as Sheriff Labatt tries to right that situation, and I'm praying for him that he get it done. We know we can keep people out of going to that Fulton County jail where it's not been updated to the point that the Atlanta jail, and we can handle stuff here. And so that's why I want to make sure we add that to it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you, Mr. Carter, or Councilmember Bond.
Mr. Carter called my name. No, but Councilmember Lewis is absolutely right that when we had the ability to do jury trials, they diverted thousands of people out of the Fulton County court system. And even though the Fulton County Jail was always overcrowded since the day it opened, when Michael Lomax, as chair of Fulton County Commission, Maynard Jackson, as mayor of the city of Atlanta, worked this arrangement, it was still crowded, but it was a manageable situation. It wasn't until the situation ended that it became exacerbated and became the nightmare that it is today. And so, I mean, some people say that the city doesn't have a vested interest in what goes on in Fulton County. I disagree. 90% of the city of Atlanta is in Fulton County. On any given day, 60 to 90% of the people who are in the jail are there on cases that occurred in the city of Atlanta. So if there is some more discussion or analysis of how to alleviate two problems: one, mass incarceration, and then two, the crisis on the county level, the city of Atlanta playing an expanded role in dealing with the issues that are within our city, within our own system, is a way to do it. And it kept a lot of people from having permanent records because people like Mr. Carter could negotiate those cases. They could keep them out of the pipeline from becoming felonies and ended up over there at the county level. So yeah, no, I was a young, shy correction officer working with Judge Brown, God rest his soul, to do traffic arrangements inside the jail that also helped to keep people from going over to Fulton County. So,
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Solicitor Carter, for the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Hillis. Happy holidays to you all. I may see some of you, but if I don't, have a wonderful holiday season. Thank you.
You as well. Move on to our consent agenda now. Take claims for favorable and unfavorable recommendations. I'll make a motion to accept all favorable claims, items 1 through 7.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Amos. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. Those 7 items are favorable. I will make a motion to adverse all unfavorable claims, items 7 through 38. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, was that Councilmember Boone?
Yes.
Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. Those items are adverse. Moving on to our ordinance for first read. You'll sound that one item, Ms. Lindo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's 23-1711. This is an ordinance by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee amending the 2024 Intergovernmental Grant Fund Budget, Department of Police, by adding 2 anticipations and appropriations of the amount of $89,426.56 for the 2024 Highway Enforcement of Aggressive Traffic Grant from the Governor's Office of Highway Safety and for other purposes.
All right, thank you. Moving on to our ordinance for second reading. Ms. Lindo.
First item, Mr. Chair, is 23-1677. This is an ordinance by Public Safety and Legal Information Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to reinstate an intergovernmental rental agreement between the City of Atlanta and the Board of Regents of the University System of Georgia for the lease of space located at 1630 Metropolitan Parkway Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, consisting of approximately 20,359 usable square feet. Building 500, third floor, 3,222 usable square feet. Building 700, first floor, and 2,409 usable square feet. Building 700, the second floor, for temporary use as the Atlanta Police Department Training Academy, to ratify all actions taken on behalf of the city in connection with administering the lease, to authorize the execution of a First Amendment to the agreement, adding a third renewal term of 1 year commencing on July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025, with a monthly rental rate of $26,709.30, and authorizing the expenditure to be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein, and to waive Section 2-1105 of the code and any other conflicting provisions of the Atlanta City Code, and for other purposes.
Good afternoon. I'm Cheryl Glenn Snooks, Real Estate Director for Dean in the Real Estate Division. And the purpose of this ordinance is to authorize the mayor to reinstate the intergovernmental rental agreement and to ratify all the actions taken to administer this lease agreement, and to add an additional third renewal term for 1 year. That renewal term will commence July 1st, 2024 and expire June 30th, 2025.
I will second that, but I do have a question. I know at least, this may be a question for APD, maybe you can answer it as well, but I know at least the last plan that I heard is for APD to occupy the new academy space probably December, hopefully, of 2024, yet this lease runs through June of 2025. I know maybe it's rather be safe than sorry, but and if that is the case, then if we do move on December or even January or March, is there a reimbursement clause that we get paid for the months that it is not occupied by?
We will have the right to terminate the lease early.
Say that again.
We will have the right to terminate the lease early.
Okay. And have it refunded of the?
No payment will be given for any rent that we're not staying in the space.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lewis, did you have any other questions? All right. Motion by Councilmember Lewis, seconded by myself. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote's closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Thank you very much. Item number 3, 23-01678.
This is an ordinance by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor or designee to accept a grant from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, U.S. Department of Homeland Security, 2021 Fire Prevention and Safety Grant Funding Opportunity on behalf of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department in the amount of $44,458.00 for the support of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department's fire prevention community risk reduction programs and for other purposes.
Motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. Second by Vice Chair Amos. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote's closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Item number 4, 23-01679.
This is an ordinance by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee amending the 2024 Intergovernmental Grant Fund budget, Department of Police, by adding to anticipation and appropriations the amount of $637,411 for the 2023 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant Award from the United States Department of Justice and for other purposes.
Make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. Second by Vice Chair Amos. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote's closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Item number 6, 23-01683.
This is an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, amending the fiscal year 2024 intergovernmental grant fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations the amount of $193,506.91 on behalf of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department for the purpose of funding the car seat fitting station program developed by the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department and for other purposes.
Make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Norwood. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote's closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Item number 7, 23-01685.
This is an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-94A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in Section 10-88 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one convention center selling alcoholic beverages for consumption on the premises located at 1206 Metropolitan Avenue Southeast and for other purposes.
Motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Amos. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote?
I was trying to get the name of the street. For some reason, it's not showing up on
Street is 1206 Metropolitan Avenue Southeast.
East Atlanta area. It's Liliana Bakhtiari.
Gotcha, I was just looking for the address. Gotcha, thank you.
The vote is closed.
6 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Item number 8, 23-0-1686.
This is an ordinance by Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari to amend Chapter 10, Section 10-93 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, so to add a new subsection C to provide an exemption from the distance requirements for package stores licensed to sell distilled spirits, malt beverages, and/or wine by the package listed in Section 10-88.1B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one package store located on that parcel known as 312 Auburn Avenue Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia, and for other purposes.
Make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Amos. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. Item number 9, 23-0-1687.
This is an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone to amend Appendix E, Atlanta Housing Code, Article 1, Policy Administration, Section 18, Judicial Proceedings of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to provide for a maximum fine of $1,000 and graduated sentencing for persons or corporate entities owning multiple properties guilty, liable for violating any offense under this chapter and for other purposes.
Councilmember Boone, do you wish to speak to your item?
Second.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Boone, second by Councilmember Lewis. I did have a question about this for law. Tell me exactly what this does again, because I didn't realize we could levy $5,000 fines, and it states that's what's in the code currently.
Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. In 2017, there was a desire to cause all multifamily citations under the housing code to be lumped together where there were more than 5 such violations, such that there was a requirement that, let's say there were 10 violations at a multifamily property, 5 would be lumped together on one citation, and the other 5 would be lumped together on another citation, rather than there being 10 separate citations. So based on the desire to do that, each one of those 5 violation citations would be worth a $5,000 fine, because you're adding up the maximum $1,000 for each violation and presenting them together in a block, such that the resulting fine in the legislation stated that the maximum was going to be required for those types of violations if there was a conviction. So it presented as though you basically were going to get hit with a $5,000 fine under those circumstances. But of course, as you know, the Home Rule Act would not permit us to have more than a $1,000 fine, but it was in the lumping or packaging of those offenses in the 2017 legislation. This legislation kind of undoes that and also applies the current requested policy to LLCs and business entities, as well as natural persons. Subsequent to 2017 and about 2018, 2019, housing violations against business entities versus natural persons became civil offenses rather than quasi-criminal offenses. So this undoes the requirement of that bundling, which is thought to allow for greater flexibility concerning the aggregate number of fines. I think there was a thought that keeping them lumped together in these 5,000 increments was preventing, from an operational standpoint, say going out to a site and citing 75 violations or something like that. that is at least an operational perception. So this legislation was drafted to address that and to make a provision for business entities as well as natural persons, because there was no such distinction made in 2017 when the $5,000 lumping legislation passed, because the differing treatment between business entities and natural persons developed later.
All right, thank you for that. We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Boone, seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. 23-0-1689. We have a substitute. I'll make a motion to bring that substitute forward. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Amos. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. Item is substitute is before us.
This is an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis as substituted by the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-94A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirement listed in Section 10-88 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one convention center selling alcoholic beverages for consumption on the premises located at 1705 Commerce Drive, Atlanta, Georgia, and for other purposes.
Colleagues, I'm waiting on some legislation, or excuse me, I'm waiting on a document of an agreement between the Neighborhood Association and the entity named in the ordinance. So I'm going to make a motion to move this on no recommendation on condition that that agreement be received. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Norwood. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is moved forward with no recommendation on condition. Resolutions 23R4639.
This is a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the mayor and the chief of corrections to enter into a reemployment temporary service agreement to be renewed annually, but for no more than 4 years, with the retired City of Atlanta correction officers at the rank of captain and below for the purposes of providing continuing public services for the City of Atlanta Corrections Department for an annual compensation not to exceed $61,115.60 pursuant to Section 3-505A of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Motion approved by Councilmember Bond. Is there a second? Second by Vice Chair Amos. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. Yeah, that's why I read it. Yeah, we did. We brought it, and then I read it with substitute. The vote is closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is approved. Favorable, rather. Items 12 and 13 will be taken together. They're employment agreements 23R4640 and 23R4641.
This is a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the mayor or designee to enter into Amendment Number 2 for the City of Atlanta Department of Corrections reemployment temporary employees Vernell Marcus, lead identification technician, with an annual increased compensation not to exceed $43,243.20, and Deanna McKenzie, office support specialist, with an increase of salary not to exceed $42,648.32. Next item is a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, authorize the mayor as designee to enter into an amendment number 1 for the Department of Corrections reemployment temporary employee Stephanie Shrugs as a revenue collection supervisor for an annual increased compensation not to exceed $47,521.76 pursuant to Section 3-505A of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Motion approved by Councilmember Bond. I will second. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Item number 14, 23R 4699.
This is a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor as designee to exercise the first renewal option for Agreement FC 9974, citywide contract for demolition and asbestos abatement services with contractors Kissingburg Construction, Southern Demolition and Environmental, Inc., and Max Hauling on behalf of the City of Atlanta Police Department, of City Planning, Department of Enterprise Asset Management, Department of Parks and Recreation for a term of 1 year effective February 20th, 2024 through February 19th, 2025, in an amount not to exceed $4,897,975.00 for all contractors, all contracted work to be charged to and paid from accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Bond. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Item number 15, 23R 4700.
This is a resolution by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor as designee to enter into contract amendment number 2 to add additional funding to the contract and to exercise the second renewal option for contract number listed herein, APD, Background and Recruitment File Automation System with Guardian Alliance Technologies on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department for a term of 1 year effective February 2nd, 2024 through February 1st, 2025, in an amount not to exceed $178,850. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Amos. Please prepare the vote.
The vote is open. The vote is closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays. That item is favorable. Ms. Lindo, I believe that completes our legislative items.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Colleagues, if you have any questions, comments, well wishes,
Mr. Chair,
please
I do.
indicate with your.
Oh, okay, that's good.
I got it. I actually got one I want to bring off held.
Okay, got it.
Okay. What item is that?
Correct me if it's on the agenda for longer than a year, it automatically get filed, correct? I want to bring this off of held, then rehold it. So 22-0-1887.
Okay.
Second.
Ms. Lindo? Well, we don't need to, we don't need to vote to bring it off held, right? We just need to vote. Correct, yeah. So that's appropriate motion to continue the whole day item.
So I make a motion to continue to hold 22-0-1887.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Lewis. Please prepare the vote.
One moment, Mr. Chair. The vote is open. The vote is closed.
7 yeas, 0 nays, and item will continue to be held. All right, colleagues, and Councilmember Lewis.
And I just just want to send out my deepest condolences to the family of Jermaine Shepard. Jermaine Shepard works for the city of Atlanta. He's the general manager of, he goes by Coach JB, the general manager of Roselle Fan Recreation Center. He buried his mother this weekend, and I want to say every prayer in the world to Jermaine Shepard. And thank you to the folks at CT Martin for being open for the repast as well for Jermaine Shepard, as his mom lived in the senior building right next door. So I want to say thank you, and we're praying for you.
Councilmember Lewis. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, Chair Hillis, just wanted to congratulate you on several successful seasons and a wonderful, wonderful job. Well done, and congratulations, Chair Hillis.
Thank you. Councilmember Waits.
Thank you so much. I wanted to echo the sentiments of the new Chairwoman Boone. I will not be returning to the Public Safety Committee, but I am confident that it sits in the hands of those who certainly love the city as much as I do. So it's been a pleasure to serve with each and every one of you, and also to the Law Department. I did not have the opportunity to thank Attorney Hickson for her contributions and for all of the amazing work that she does. I often email your team 1,000 times, and so I hate that I was not present. As I indicated, there is a family that is unsheltered, that is seeking housing right now, and so that pulled me away briefly, but just wanted to, again, commend you. I've had the opportunity to look at the report, and the number, I think it's 918 matters that your department has handled, and so with gratitude to each of you, I'm wishing you an extended holiday, a wonderful holiday.
Vice Chair Amos.
Yes, sir. Just like my colleague over there, I would not be returning to public safety, unfortunately, but Chair Hillis, thank you for asking me to be your vice chair for these last 2 years, new to council, but believing, and of course, definitely to the committee itself, thank you. And incoming Chair Boone, you know, I'm old enough to know that I see that spirit of CT behind you as you take the new chair of public safety. But just thank you to everyone. We have been able to deal with some serious issues that will affect the city of Atlanta forever. And I think we did it gracefully and to the best of our ability. So I'm just honored to be on this committee for the last 2 years, and thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Amos, and for your service as our vice chair the past couple years. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I too want to echo what colleagues have said about your leadership and stewardship of the Public Safety Committee. Thank you for that. I want to congratulate our colleague, Councilwoman Boone, as the incoming Chair of Public Safety, and of course all those who support this committee. On Saturday, my eldest daughter celebrated her birthday, and on Wednesday, my baby boy, I think he's going to be 34, will celebrate his birthday. So, of course, you know, they're avid watchers of Channel 26. Well, that's a story. But I wanted to make sure, in case they do, they see their father wish them a happy birthday. And that's it.
Thank you, Councilmember Bond. And thank you, colleagues, for your service on public safety this year. As has been mentioned, for the most part, I will not be the chair next year, but we will have a very awesome and capable Chairwoman Boone leading this committee. I will be returning to the committee, as will Councilmember Bond, Councilmember Lewis, and Councilmember Norwood. And as they stated, Councilmember Waits and Amos will be rolling off, and we'll be joined by Councilmember Westmoreland and Faroki. So again, thank you all for your service on the Public Safety Committee these past either 1 or 2 years or plus in some cases. So thank you all again. And with that, we will stand adjourned by unanimous consent of members present.